believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening and welcome to Sanctuary Sunday. We rarely even do shows on Sunday, right? We've been doing this for 49 days now. And we broke our rule of not doing Sunday shows during the shut-in, and I've been doing 49 straight shows, 14 hours a day, longer than any person in the world on a regular show. Not only am I the only person in the world who's broadcast this long, I am bragging, yes. Over 30,000 hours of broadcasting. But I'm also now extending out and like pouring it on, showing you my stamina, my vigor, and my capabilities. As we look at the terrible scourge this country is put under by Donald Trump really stupidly shutting our economy down, many of us are still wondering, when is he going to say those fateful words, "You're fired"? No. When is he going to say those fateful words, "Let's get back to normal"? That would be good. Let's get back to normal. Well, he's not going to be able to do that. Donald Trump, according to a doctor, very esteemed doctor, says that Donald Trump is on drugs. There's something wrong with his eyes are overly dilated. And your buddy's having health problems. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, Donald Trump is on some sort of a drug. We're not sure what, but it looks pretty suspicious. Yeah. Now, being he's on some sort of a controlled substance, you have to assume that he's not capable of fulfilling his duties as president. So I would urge Congress to look into a new impeachment cycle. Now, I'm going to give you another picture to look at. Here it is. There it is. This is a picture which looks to me like a man who's got either nothing going on in his head or he's just really, really high. But I mean, if I did the show like this, you'd have to say there's something wrong with me, right? All right, let's see how I can do this. I think that everyone's doing very well. My show is doing very well. Thank you all for coming into America's Third Party. I appreciate your interest in the show, and I hope you vote for me in the future. And yeah, seriously. Isn't that amazing that a person could actually function that buzzed? So, needless to say, a doctor who did say that this is what he has, he's either on amphetamines, barbiturates, there's only a couple things, cocaine or ecstasy. Amphetamines will do it, barbiturates will do it, cocaine or ecstasy. You pick one of those 4 items he's on. All right? Now, you know I want to support legalized marijuana, so yeah, I have vaped on occasion. But you'd have to be vaping hours and hours on indica to get your eyes to look like that. Maybe he does smoke some indica. I don't know. But I don't think your eyes would look that dilated. That's the thing. I don't consider any cannabis a drug. I consider it an herb. It's not addictive like barbiturates and cocaine and amphetamines, whatever he's on. No, you're not what's for dinner. You're for what's in the garbage. You're part of the garbage can. And how you defended the reach around move? What are you talking about, Sylvester Stallone? You guys aren't lasting very long in your effort. Do you realize you get paid for as long as you can last in the show? And if you get banned in the first few seconds, Mark doesn't pay you. Okay, we got other people talking in the room. Hey, you see no issue with the president on amphetamines, Adderall? Oh, you're okay with the president on Adderall? What, are you okay with him injecting you, force vaccinating you? You're obviously a retardican, interest of stuff. Yeah, are you okay with him force vaccinating in you and chipping you?
They have to get the shot. The vaccinations are so important. This is really going around now. They have to get their shots.
They have to get their shots. So you're okay with getting force vaccinated from a guy who's on some sort of a controlled substance? Well, I would suggest you think twice about his Adderall addiction. Something's not clicking in his head. I know you don't want to get vaccinated. I know a lot of Christians won't get the chip either, but Trump wants to give you the chip too. You have to. They want to chip people with a COVID ID. They want to stick a little RFID chip in you. Oh, it's not some light matter either. It's the mark of the devil. Here is one of the patents that Bill Gates has on the chip. And you can see the 666 embedded in the numerical system. What the chip is kind of a Bitcoin crypto thing they're doing. On top of chipping people, they see you as a commodity, so they want to make you part of their stable of slaves. There's the chip 666, you see it? Cryptocurrency system using body activity data. They want to monitor your body activity data too. Where you go, how fast you move. Oh yeah, everything. That chip is going to be sent to a beacon up in the satellite. Once you're chipped, they own you. They even have a microphone in it. They can listen to you masturbate. So you won't be allowed to masturbate or orgasm once you get the chip. They'll know if you orgasm. They'll know your elevated heart rate. I'm not making this up, guys. Aldous Huxley said that they eliminate the orgasm. I'm telling you, that's their big plan. They are. I'm not making this stuff up. They're in fact, you're right now in the jaws of the beast. You don't even understand that, do you? Okay, we just got a little work to do here. We got a little thing came in earlier from one of Voodoo sent this in. BBC interview gone awry. We're going to take a look at this as a point of news reference, strictly as a point of news reference. Apparently she slips up and says we didn't infect enough population. Take a look.
The General Secretary and Chief Executive of the Royal College of Nursing, and she joins me now live. Thank you so much for joining us on.
We know that we haven't infected enough of the population with this virus. We haven't infected enough of the population with this virus.
Okay, so what does that mean, we haven't infected enough of the population with this virus? I don't really know. I mean, now, is it true that they've got all these contaminated items in the collection? Oh, that's right. They have, the CDC found contaminated Q-tips, 100,000 of them, and they didn't pull them from the circulation. So they're contaminating people with the Q-tips, and they won't pull it out of circulation. So that's a problem. Yeah. No wonder people are protesting stay at home. Yeah, they don't want to get COVID tested either. If they're out there in California like this in mass like yesterday, they're not going to get COVID tested. And these people are armed too. Look at that.
Protests going on right now in California. The one you're looking at here on the right side of your screen, everybody, you just heard the chopper pilot and or photographer. They're speaking to doing live hits there for the news stations in California. This is not the only California protest going on right now. There are multiple stay-at-home protests going on right now across the state of Florida, including in Sacramento. I want to take you to the feed here from Sacramento. Oh, we just lost it. Moments ago, we just lost it. Hopefully, they're going to...
All right, so they got multiple California protests going on, the stay-at-home thing. So Donald Trump, all he has to do is appease the American people, is to say, I'm going to get back to normal now. Everything's back to normal. Yeah. You want to follow me in interest of stuff? That's not what I was trying to send. I was trying to send a link there. Oh well, that's my file category. Delete. Yes. Thank you. What is up with these caps? Oh, the guys who do capsule. Yeah, what they're doing is... What? I've never done anything bad to anybody. This person's making up stories. I've never done anything to anyone. On a lighter note, glowing dolphins in Newport Beach captured swimming. Bioluminescence as a result of the recent red tide. Wow. That is a brighter note. Okay, let's take a look at an Instagram from Patrick. Okay. Bioluminescent dolphins. Wow, they're cool. That is amazing. He was probably on the Catalina cruise line trying to get away from LA. You know, that's one thing you could do, is get on the cruise ship to Catalina, you know? It's pretty amazing, isn't it? Wow, that's cool. Thank you very much, Patrick. All right, we're not going to be able to ban people based on their cap lock, so don't think for a second I care. Now, we got a good interview tonight, a 2 hour and 20-minute interview. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is still very much a big part of the anti-vax movement. He'll be talking to some people about all the things that you're worried about right now, and all the things that Dr. Fauci is pushing upon the American people without our consent, without even a legitimate reason, and without the proof that it's really happening. You go to all the hospitals in the country. In fact, if you go to hashtag film your hospital, you'll see empty spaces everywhere. There's not one hospital in this country, in America, that has a lot of people. And I'm sure that's true around the world. They're using statistical judo to play a trick on all the common folk who don't know about math. And most people who don't realize that they're basically pulling from one category of anybody dying of anything and adding that to the COVID category. And there have been numerous admissions of this over time. They're also trying to take away your rights. California officials declare ham radio no longer a benefit. Demands ham radio repeater infrastructure to be removed. They literally want to keep us without even communication ability. Oh, believe me, if they could have stopped the internet, they would have. One of the reasons why I'm here to try to stop people who come in here trying to attack us. My purpose is to stop all the trolls from attacking us, but also to reveal truth to you that you would never get in the mainstream media, and to defy all efforts to stop me, because I'm still living in a country that still supports my freedoms. Whereas if you're in China, if you even talk about something like that, you're going to end up losing your account. All right. Getting rid of ham radio makes no sense. I'm even thinking of getting a ham radio now just to, have around. You got to get a license though, but, in case of disaster.
From the governor of the state of California, Gavin Newsom, to ham radio operators across the People's Republic of California, you're fired. Yep. The state of California, well, it never was ham friendly, but they have now just fired ham radio from the emergency plan from the state of California.
Well, there you have it. Yep, they're taking out ham radio, and guys like that really make their life of ham radio. I used to know a ham radio operator. He was an electrician friend of my family's. And by the way, I'm wearing all the presidents. This is the president's tie I got at James Madison's home. Is this beautiful? And we also had a chance to meet the impersonator of James Madison and talk to him for like a half an hour. Sarah and I had a nice conversation with him. Because I've got a very good plastic bag for the tie, it's in mint condition. It looks like a sheet of acid. No, it's actually a picture of every president that's ever been here, except, of course, the current illegal president we have. Yeah, ironically, Barack Obama should have been an illegal president, even though he was obviously a homosexual Muslim who claimed to be a heterosexual Christian married to a woman when in fact he's married to a transgender. But that's aside the point. The fact is Donald Trump cheated to get elected. He got as many votes as it took to cheat to win this election. I wouldn't have liked Hillary either, so don't get me wrong. The whole two-party system is corrupt. But Donald Trump clearly cheated to win with the Russia's help, and he's still hiding his connection to the Russian oligarchs. We know that. The Democrats need to re-impeach him if they want to stop it, but they're in on it now. The Democrats are in on the COVID testing, the fake story about all these people dying. They're using statistics that are pulled from statistics that would normally show the deaths of influenza. They're using those as COVID. We have a proof copy of what they're doing at the CDC. Look at this. Take a look at this last week, mid-month in April. The number of regular deaths of COVID, pneumonia, influenza, or COVID included was 9,000 or 8,876. Then the next month, somehow that dropped to 5,000. And then somehow these numbers over here picked up COVID-19 deaths confirmed. Now, what's the difference between COVID-19 deaths confirmed and COVID over here? Well, COVID over here is just like, well, did you go to Italy last month? Were you in New York last week? You're COVID. You happen to die of a stroke? You're COVID. So all these numbers, they padded and they made those part of the big figure, and they're calling that 55,000 total deaths, which is total BS. Additional 11. So they're completely faking the number. They're really just taking the average number of people that die every single day, and let me show you a better picture that'll clarify it very simply. Corona. Yeah, this is a sad day when our country lies to its own people. And many of you have to accept the fact that our country's lying because the stats just don't show a danger situation. This is how many people die a day of tuberculosis. This is hepatitis B and other illnesses. Down here is COVID. Yet we're supposed to be worried that this is spreading rapidly? I mean, come on. Corset, COVID. I mean, and where did they came up with this COVID? As far back as April. Yeah. We uncovered some information on their COVID apps that they're developing. So they'll track the RFID chip in your body with 666 on it. Yeah, this is their app they're developing. The COVID apps date back to April. I just saw it here. Here, April 2020. Proposed since 2020, April. This is for real, folks. This is so they knew about this in April. That's on the wiki. Coronavirus pandemic. They've already had this plan in April. And then we look at this stat right here. This is the House bill in Michigan. They were talking about getting appropriations for this in June 20th, 2019. How can Donald Trump blame anything to do with China? This has clearly got the Bill Gates footprint all over it. Yeah, this is early warnings here in the U.S. You can't blame China for this, Donald. So you got all your tomato plants growing? Is that a smoker I see in the backyard? I'm glad you got your tomato plants growing. They're looking good. Yeah, good job, man. Is that a smoker? It looks like yeah, it looks like a good smoker you got. I bet you make some mean pork sausage burgers or whatever the hell you cook. And you're the kind of guy we want to hang out with and drink beer and eat lots of pork sandwiches. Yeah, assuming they have pork at the market. I bet you are. Honestly, I think you'd probably be a fun guy to hang out with, assuming I was fully armed and, ready to defend myself against any wild thing you're going to do. The guy who comes in here and gets drunk every night.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know. We can't trust you when you're drunk.
It's like just unpredictable.
Unpredictable.
That's what you are.
That's what you are. You're unpredictable. So we're going to go back into the Los Angeles room here. Sarah's here. She's going to give you guys some fun. Hanging out in the clean air of Los Angeles now that people are driving less and hiding more. All right.
Yeah, I remember all my years of growing up in Riverside, California. I don't remember any blue skies.
Yeah, I know. I had just a few in my whole life. 35 years.
I mean, I
just
remember
had a few.
saying like, "Oh, it's really sunny and bright," but it was so sunny and bright, like I couldn't see the color of the sky. Like I don't really remember.
Yeah,
it's weird.
I should take you to my old house in California and look at the view I had. It was gorgeous. When the sky was clear, when it wasn't, I saw the mortuary and the hill in front of the L.A. And when the sky was clear, I saw L.A. once in a while, and that's home I lived in.
Wow.
But only once in a while, and normally I saw the mortuary. That was the view I had. Green hills.
Quiet, peaceful place.
Yeah, but never Los Angeles, except on a rare occasion. Well, I'm glad you are getting to see it now, Sarah. This is Westlake. I know a guy who lives here. He has like a lot of money, and apparently it's a place where rich people live. They actually get in their little boat, and they have these little these pedal boats. For real,
like
they have pedal boats.
Non-motorized
lakes. You can only use a pedal boat, and all these rich guys get out in their pedal boat in the middle of this lake for exercise.
Yeah, hang out for just a second, Mac, and I'll explain everything to you. But then you'll still be confused because then I'll be like going off script. Well, not that we have a script, so.
Now, McFlusler says this is asymmetrical warfare, and I agree. That's what I've been calling it.
David's responding to someone over at D-Live right now. We broadcast on 3 different channels.
We are the enemy, and the communications will be removed. I see your point. Yeah, it's asymmetrical warfare. So you're thinking they'll shut down the internet? It's possible. We're prepared for that. It could happen.
I think if we didn't have the internet, we'd be like that. That would be the thing that drove me crazy.
If I didn't have the internet, I would be almost released, and I'd be working so hard in other areas. I mean, I literally have to spend 14 hours a day managing a show.
Wait.
I do.
I'm just going to change one word. Choose from have.
No, I have to. These people need me. I have a need to be here. They need to have something to do, and they need an alternative media. If I didn't have to do this, nobody else would. You know that.
Right.
So I'm doing it at complete sacrifice of myself. And in doing so, I'm unable to do a lot of other stuff. It's not Westlake. Where is it?
What is this? What is this picture we're looking at? I have no idea.
I don't know the perspective.
I just know that's LA. Somebody told me that's LA, but I don't know if that really is LA.
I don't get paid. I never have made anything on the show, and I've expected people to donate, but they stopped when we went to Vaughn. So I just do the show out of courtesy, really.
Okay, so I'm going to tell Mac McEkney. I kind of like your name. It's like Mac, but a tech kind of Mac, but I'm not sure if that's where
Where
you
is
came
he,
from.
Mad?
He's up here, and he's like, "Can you explain
That's
this show to
McFooster?
me?" No, it's
Show
over
me.
here, and it's up here. I do not understand this channel. If time permitting, can you explain? This gentleman right here is named David Sponheim. This is how you spell his name. And he is actually running for president in 2020 as a third-party
Yes.
McKechnie.
We're centrists. We're right in the middle of the political spectrum. So we support your Bill of Rights 100%, more so than Donald, who wants to force vaccinate you. And we care about the environment, too, which makes us somewhat liberal. So
I kind of say that we're fiscally conservative. David totally likes to save money, doesn't think that we should be spending lots of money, but socially liberal, we do believe in taking care of people. If we spend money, it would be on giving each American $500 a month so that they can choose how to spend that. All right, you're in Florida? Okay. Or this is in Florida. I don't know. Anyway. All right, and my name is Sarah. So David has been doing this show since he's been running for president for many years, and you can see our website, americasthirdparty.com, and you can actually see our old website, and I am supporting him. And yes, I did wash my hands. I was outside gardening. And so David, just recently when the government decided to close all the schools, he went from doing a 5-hour broadcast from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. at night, sometimes later, to doing a 14-hour broadcast from 11 a.m. Pacific time to 1 a.m. Pacific time. So he does a really long show, and he talks about all kinds of different news and all kinds of different alternative news. He doesn't like the word conspiracy theory. And it's called Martha Park. Thank you, Chuck. I'm doing well tonight, Mad Dog. How are you? No. And then I come in at 6:30 Pacific time, around that time, and then also around 8 o'clock p.m., both p.m. Pacific time, because obviously from 6:30 to 8 a.m. he's not broadcasting, but I kind of give David the opportunity to take a break. He does some other things around the house. During the day, it could be he's broadcasting, but he's also playing videos and things like that. And our live show, where it's David talking to you or me talking to you, is usually from 5 p.m. to about 10 p.m. We usually record that segment and talk about politics. When I'm here, I don't talk about politics so much. I just try to engage with the chat room. So McKechnie asks, all of you are from California, or are you all from California? We both, David and I, David is originally from California. I know, 782. I don't mind sharing David with you. All right, sorry, I got distracted. David was originally born in California, so yes, he was born and raised in California. I moved to California when I was in 4th grade, so I grew up in California. It was very formative years, I would say, were spent in California. However, both of us now live in Washington State in the Pacific Northwest. When David decided to extend the broadcast from starting at 5 p.m. to 11 a.m., I actually was happy about that, because one, it gets more people exposed to him and his run for office, and it also provides him more of an opportunity to share his beliefs with the world, and also I have my own thing, and I do my own thing mostly during the day, and that's actually pretty good when you're, I wouldn't say we're quarantined, but we are, the stay-at-home orders are in effect in Washington State. So they still encourage us to stay at home and stay healthy, but you are allowed to go shopping if needed. So we're because I'm now working from home, it's good that David has this outlet, so he has other things to do when I'm working. To 934 over at, and we're broadcasting on multiple networks, streaming networks. So we're on Vaughn Live, iVlog, D Live, and Periscope. And then we record our show and then upload it to YouTube so that you can see that. All right, so I'm going to try to respond to some of your chat. 934 guest over at iVlog says, Sarah, tell everyone your ages when you met David. I was 20 and David was 18 years older than me. I don't know if my legs can do a roundhouse kick. Chuck Norris, a guest over at on Vaughn Live, says, Sarah, have you ever thought about learning how to do a roundhouse kick? And he wants to sell me a total gym. I do have a body ball. I haven't been using it very much. I was really into it about a year ago, but I did probably a half hour this past week, but I do like using that instead of like a total gym or anything. Sarah, I would like to hear a good example of Sarah time. Sarah, do you get much Sarah time? Wait, is Sarah time I spend by myself or time I spend with David? Some of the time I spend by myself. One thing I realize I'm really into is people think I'm really into gardening, and I've decided the part of gardening that I like doing is weeding. And I also like composting. So that's some of my time that I have Sarah time. And I also have realized that I really love listening to leadership books. So like right now I'm listening to a leadership book by a gentleman named James Hunter. I can't remember the full name of it. He wrote The Servant, but I'm not listening to that one. I listen to him on audiobooks. And so I'm listening to another one, something about leadership. But I don't know why I'm drawn to that genre, but I really am. I really enjoy it. The thing is, one of the things I'm really known for is vermicompost. So I teach and at our school. And the thing is that I don't like to see a whole lot of trash. So in order to reduce the amount of trash at our school, we started a vermicompost, which is a worm composting system. And I believe my worms are doing okay. I think I'm going to go check on them on Wednesday and do a little bit of work at my school. I hadn't been into school for a little while because my car was getting repaired. Did you know that auto technicians are often considered essential workers? So this is a good time, if you can afford it, to go and get your car repaired. Because they need some help too, keeping their businesses open. So I went and got my car repaired. Now it's fixed and it's back, so I'll probably be using it once a week to go and do things. McKechnie says, do not try a roundhouse kick if you have not trained in other basic forms. First, include stretching and strength exercises. I would agree with that. Because I like to read about leadership. You think that, Joe? I think, Joe, that's wishful thinking on your part. Joe thinks that I like to be dominated. I think I like to learn to be a good leader. That's what I think. Skeet says, worm castings are great for gardens, and they really are. And one of the things at our school cafeterias, they just have so much food waste. And so we had been using that to create compost. So we sort out with the school, the compost, basically last year I was doing way more composting than I needed to because I realized that worms prefer fruits and vegetables, even though they can technically eat milk and cheese and meat. They really can. They're not vegetarians, but it's healthier. It creates healthier soil if you just stick to fruits and vegetables. So when someone asks, what are you doing with school trash? So I bring in like this wagon and a big tub, like a plastic tub with a lid that the kids can dump their any uneaten fruits and vegetables in. If they're totally not eaten, like they took a full apple and they never even like took a bite, then that goes into a different container where it can be washed and given to other kids, other people. But if like they took a bite of an apple or they just didn't eat something on their plate that they took, the fruits and vegetables get dumped into this tub, and then we go and dump the tub into these really cool worm bins. They're made out of cedar and they're actually dug into the ground. The bottom is actually open so that it can drain, but they're dug into the ground about a foot. And we have these red wriggler worms, and the red wriggler worms turn the fruits and vegetables, once they rot, the worms eat the bacteria and then it turns into soil. So it's very cool. Okay. Sure, Mad Dog. Sometimes if people are inappropriate in the chat room, David does ban them, so you can come in under another name or email us and be unbanned. You are Mad Dog. Who's Mad Dog? Yeah, it is composting, I find, is really kind of cool. The cool thing about the composting system I use is that it doesn't require any like turning or heat. A lot of compost systems require heat and rotating and all of that. And this system, it's nice to go and like lift it a little bit to add some aeration, but it's actually not required. Now, what is required that I found out kind of the hard way is that worms, the red wriggler worms, only live in the first top 6 inches of soil. And so I was just like dumping all the food in there. And last year I was even dumping like milk and meat and cheese because worms can eat it technically. But if it was lower, if it was deeper than like the 6 inches, then all of that other was not decomposing properly. Thanks. Sarah has a heart of gold because my name is Sarah Hart. Thank you. Skeet over at iVlog says the only problem with vermicompost from fruit and veggies is the fruit flies. That is true. Fruit flies. I do have a problem sometimes with fruit flies. My favorite thing, and I didn't know this, actually one of my students was like, that's a wolf spider. It's like, interesting. This kid loves spiders and he knows all his different spiders. But the wolf spiders are really good for gardens, and the wolf spiders sometimes live in the compost bin, especially if they're not disturbed too much. They don't like me poking around in there, but the wolf spiders will eat the fruit flies, so I love those wolf spiders. All right, thank you, Mad Dog. But there's a whole story with that, and so thanks. My brother did have, Mad Dog says, Sarah, if you ever want your genealogy done, I will trace it for free. He thinks he's traced my genealogy. He thinks he knows a lot about me, so I'm just going to let him believe that. And I will tell you a little story. I don't know if I told you guys this or not. Probably you can stop me or let me go, because I know this. The thing about doing a show, online show like this, sometimes I become repetitive, but okay, well, before I get into that story, I'll go with Happy Hour's question. Sarah, Happy Hour over at Vaughn Live asks, have you ever have you produced a video for the school composting project? I have produced some videos for it, and I've created some slideshows for it. And what's really cool about the school composting project is it's actually won national awards. So our school is considered a National Green Ribbon Award. We became a National Green Ribbon School, or U.S. Department of Education National Green Ribbon School is how they like to say it, 2018. And then our school district became a 2019 U.S. Department of Education National Green Ribbon Sustainability School District. And then, thank you. And then my students won a 2019 EPA President's Youth Award. So, very cool. Sarah, if climate change is so real and Bill Gates believed in it, why did he buy a home next to the ocean? Did he buy a home next to the ocean, or was it Lake Washington? Because maybe he believes that lakes won't be increasing in their water, but oceans will. And actually, there's been some studies, thanks, Skeet. There's been some studies that certain places, like I live on an island, but my island, most of my island will not be underwater. There's parts of my island that will be underwater even if the sea level were to rise 10 meters, but a lot of it is not. Misanthropy says next to the ocean in San Diego. I don't know. I don't know why Bill Gates bought a home next to the ocean in San Diego. Stranger asks, Sarah, do you think Bill Gates watches David's daily cast? No, I don't. Do I think Bill Gates likes to read books? Yes, I do. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that all of you are here and you like to watch David's daily cast. So that's, it's kind of nice too, because I don't know about you, but I know they say that David was telling me yesterday that people only have like one or two good friends, or was that Misanthropy? Somebody was saying that people only have one or two good friends, people they can like confide in. And I do find that it's really, I find as an adult, it's sometimes hard to find people to confide in or friends. So I kind of treat like the show as a way to talk about my life, and that's it. Now David, of course, is all about politics and different things that are happening in the world and things that upset him or things he'd like to see changed, but I'm a little bit different. Okay, Bill and Melinda Gates bought a $43 million oceanfront Del Mar home. Maybe they think that that part of the ocean isn't going to be underwater. I don't know. I do remember hearing about this oceanfront home. Yeah, that's true. It's, well, and I've been listening to a little bit of Brene Brown lately about trust and vulnerability, and like you say, it's hard to trust people because they're not trustworthy, and then it's like, how do you build trust with people? And anyway, it's pretty interesting. Stranger thinks even the richest people probably find time to take a peek online if they can find David's show. I hope they can. Misanthropy thinks maybe climate change is just a political agenda used to profit, like vaccinations. I think, that's a possibility, and maybe, though, that some people think it's like different levels, right? Like there's people that think it's really like a game and a political agenda just to profit, and then other people are like, it's real. They've convinced them that it's real, and so they believe in it, and they make actions based on their beliefs. So it's pretty interesting. Mad Dog, you had your heart broken at 17 and you've never trusted anyone since then. I'm so sorry you've had your heart broken. I don't know if it makes you feel any better, but I think I broke someone's I don't know if I broke someone's heart, but I remember when I was like 18, 19, and I ended a relationship, and I feel bad about that, and I regret that, I guess. She used voodoo on you? You want David to unban all? It is easier than running down the long list of names to unban. And she used voodoo to make you hurt. Ah, I'm sorry to hear that. They're still pushing the idea that California is experiencing a drought, but it rained a lot this year, and everything is still green. I wonder how long a drought is. Is it like over many years or something like that? I guess let's read this. Skeet's asking, so Bill and Melinda Gates live in San Diego? No, let's read this article. I'm not really sure. I don't know the answer about that. Yeah, it happens when we're young and innocent and we don't know how the real world works. Yes, Chuck, he does. They paid $43 million for a 6-bedroom mansion in Del Mar near San Diego. 5,800 square foot home from Madeline Pickens. The deal closed at the end of March. It has 120 feet of ocean frontage. Features wood beam ceilings, limestone flooring, mahogany, and clear fir cabinetry. Disappearing glass walls throughout. 3 fireplaces, 1 in the master suite. Outside, there's a massive oceanfront deck with plenty of lounging and alfresco dining space and a fireplace, as well as a pool and spa. The 10-person jacuzzi overlooks a fire pit with a built-in stone seating. Elsewhere on the property, there are 2 guest houses, a greenhouse, and a tennis court, as well as a theater. The home was last on the market for $48 million, and so they spent $43 million. He already maintains a large collection of homes in the United States. Usually the 66,000 square foot compound in Medina, Washington, which took 7 years and over $60 million to build. And they also bought a home from Jenny Craig, $18 million, an equestrian estate in Rancho Santa Fe. Last year they reportedly spent $21 million on another equestrian estate in Wellington, Florida. Maybe that's it. Maybe they don't mind, like, oh, well, if it floods, it's no big deal because we've got everywhere else we can go. Maybe that's why they bought their house. I don't know. And 43 million, like, that could happen in 4 years. It's totally worth it for that amount of time. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Must be nice to be throwing money on property like that. Yeah, it must be. Yeah, I definitely don't have that kind of money. My dad always said that home ownership was always just out of his reach. Just out of his reach. Yeah, you're right, stranger. Meanwhile, people around the world are suffering. I've read Melinda Gates' book, Lift, and I do believe that they are trying to help people around the world in their own way. I don't think David thinks that. He'll come in and tell you how they're trying to vaccinate people and they actually injure people vaccinating them, but anyway. Can you please watch your language, Mad Dog? Thank you. It is just a word, but it's an offensive word. Eggnog. Yes, we did come to the conclusion last week that LA is a desert. I would agree with that. It's less rain, so it does have the amount of rain to be qualified as a desert. Words do hurt. You just said earlier how you were in love with someone, or you don't trust people because you had your heart broken when you were 17. That's because words hurt. An action, not a word. There weren't any words involved in that action. I'm sorry that people call you that. Do you tell them that you find that offensive? Well, I just did a little study. Gates paralyzed India, and all of the things are saying it's false. There is some in Reuters, let's see. India cut some funding ties with the Gates Foundation on immunization. They partially cut. Ties were partially cut. Not fully. And that was mainly because they wanted to not appear to have influence in the government. Sarah, why can't we live in an honest, tidy, friendly, love thy neighbor environment and industry? Well, I think that we just have to be that way ourselves. Maybe I need to tidy up my room and be honest with people. And if we want that kind of environment, we have to model that kind of environment for others. Love thy neighbor, and yeah. That's what I would say. If each of us lived the way we want others to live, then...
I brought your thing in, your belt pack.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, if we want others to behave in a certain way, though, we have to behave that way. I don't know. I haven't read any of Jordan Peterson's books, so I don't know if I like him or not. Maybe. Let me see. I'll look at his Twitter and I'll let you know in a minute. University of Toronto psychology professor. I like that he says, I sometimes post material with which I do not agree. And he said, for anything to be, there must be a substrate potential from which it emerges, a structure that provides possible imposition of order on it and the ordering itself. God in the hierarchy of authority. I know a lot of people don't live by that. I'll model it for you and you can choose to follow. And most people are like, do as we say, not as we do. But if we really want a good life, I mean, that's what I would say we have to do. All right.
I wonder what the COFIFI is to pay to stop this COVID bid thing from taking over. What's the COFIFI we have to pay to stop the COVID nightmare from continuing?
Drink more coffee. Maybe that will help with the COVID.
Well, build your immunity, that's for sure.
COFIFI.
COVID. Okay, thanks, Sarah. Dinner is ready for you. Help yourself to everything. Rice and broccoli, and there's also chicken.
Oh, you're awesome.
It's still there. Chicken is good, too, I guess. I had a little bit. Just
a little bit.
I had a little taste of the breast meat. It was good. Thank you. Yeah. So Trump is definitely going to want to force vaccinate. So many of you Republicans are starting to rethink your vote. Welcome to America's third party. McFlusler says, asymmetrical warfare, we are the enemy and communications will be removed. You know, I'm beginning to think that McFlusler, are you sincere? So, are you the enemy? Well, what's strange is it ended the conversation. Are you the enemy? Yeah, asymmetrical warfare. We are the enemy and communications will be removed. It's like he's the enemy and he's shut us down. Look, we have 2 viewers over at D Live. Something's wrong over there. Very wrong. Welcome, stranger. Yeah, there's somebody got to that network and paid them money to stop broadcasting our show. It happens. They do this all the time. They're paid to do this. More end his tyranny. Donald Trump is being asked by his supporters really to stop this.
The sight of at least a couple of thousand, what appeared to be an enormous crowd of people protesting the stay-at-home order being issued here in California, an order that was extended by Governor Gavin Newsom until...
Oh, they're blaming it on Gavin Newsom. That's so funny. Trump never led on this issue.
May 31st, as the chopper reporter for our... Here we see, this is a flyover here of a plane tailing behind... Wow, that is a picture of Gavin Newsom with "End His Tyranny" being dragged beside him.
Well, they got it wrong.
And the chopper photographer zooming in on the text here and less on the, of course, extremely negative portrayal that we have there in the photo of Governor Newsom. But
Negative
this
as
is
in
a live feed here, everybody, from the news.
He looks like Hitler, just admit
Sacramento,
it.
California. Beneath this helicopter, enormous crowds, what appeared to be a couple of thousand, perhaps more, coming together, not following social distancing guidelines, definitely nowhere close to 6 feet away from each other. And here we have the banner plane that is flying, and the message behind that negatively depicted photo, the message here reading, "End his tyranny."
End his tyranny, yeah. Got it. Except they got it wrong. It's not his tyranny, it's Trump's as well. You know, you Republicans think that Trump, it's not his problem to stop the governors from keeping you at home. The governors don't have a right to keep you at home. Every one of their rules is unconstitutional. It violates your freedom to assemble. I think that would be safe to assume, and that without leadership, Donald Trump didn't do his job. Oh, I don't disagree at all. I think Newsom is like a sleazeball. He's the nephew of Nancy Pelosi. I mean, what does that tell you? Okay, Final Dream, we're going to pull you off of mod duty, but thank you for being your mod today. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Empty as usual, another empty facility. We can't show it to you. Suffice to say, I'm watching an empty hospital right now. If I played it for you, they'd kick me off the internet on YouTube. Yeah, but suffice to say, there are no pictures of hospitals that are busy, period. Yeah. So we showed you Bill Gates' slip of the tongue earlier. I think I did. I'm going to double check. Wait a second. Churchgoers must register with government in Kansas City? Oh my goodness. Talk about a violation of your First Amendment freedom of religion. Now you got to register with the Kansas City government to go to church. Thank you. I'll mod you up. I'm going to mod you up right now. You were a good mod the other day. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure many people believe that everyone descended from people from Madagascar at one point. It's true. That's they traced our genome, at least your genome, because they've never tested my DNA. I'm obviously from Scandinavian origin, not Madagascar. Churchgoers must register with the government in Kansas City. Here's Bill Gates making a slip of the tongue. Now, what did he mean when he said producing childhood death?
Chance for us to share things like reducing childhood death and improving the nutrition. So it's a
Producing childhood death. We have to share that with you?
chance for us to share things like reducing childhood death and improving the nutrition. So
Producing childhood death. I don't know, man. This guy's going to have to explain himself as to why he spent all that time, with Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, it doesn't play well for him. If he continues to try to be in the front row center of our media, he's going to have to be answering to the court of public opinion. Last week, Mike Pence couldn't answer to the court of public opinion when somebody said, hey, you're not wearing a mask and you told everybody wear masks. What's going on? So Mike Pence, being the weak ego that he is, went ahead and charged that woman with all kinds of statements saying, oh, you can't work at the White House. You can't ever work here again because you simply stated the obvious. The emperor has no clothes. Or in this case, the emperor has no mask. And he's not much of an emperor. He's more of a lackey. But we're stuck with him because Donald Trump is going to resign pretty soon. Yeah. Pence will be our president. I would think in order to implement the forced vaccination program, they're going to have to somehow remove Donald Trump from office because the Republicans really love Donald Trump and they would never imagine him forcing them to vaccinate. Even though he's telling people he's going to force people to vaccinate, which is disturbing. Yeah, so most people who support Pence, actually, there's nobody who supports Pence. I guess Donald Trump did. Nobody really likes Pence. He has no personality.
They have to get the shot. The vaccinations are so important. This is really going around now. They have to get their shots.
Problem is, Donald, there's no hospitals that are busy at all. There's absolutely no busy hospitals. They're all empty. So what do you mean it's going around? I don't get that. It's not spreading at all. In fact, we just played you a clip from a woman from BBC that said that, they didn't infect enough kids. I mean, that's what she said. She may have mistakenly said it, but. And of course, the work that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has done is remarkable. He's really stepping out.
Communicate. They are severely restricted in being able to share my Instagrams with other people. That's constricted, and I'm not allowed to boost it. So
yeah, so I'm going to get back to this 2-hour and 20-minute video tonight. Should be good. Hey, going down the road. Which way do we go? With the big load. Wow, so are you the enemy? Let's see. I will never register. According to their laws, they have to tell you the truth. That's a Masonic law. Yeah, as long as they slip in the truth, they're absolved. Well, they haven't told us the truth that they're going to force vaccinate us, but I'm not sure if I want to grab that emoji you just put out there. Just say no. I like it. Cool. I'm going to add that to my favorite library. The just say no emoji. It's pretty good. I mean, the nice thing they have over at DLive is the emojis. So it has saved 1818 has this clip. The just say no clip. Yeah. Kind of cool. I like it. Yeah, you have the right to consent, folks. Affordable health care, yeah. The Obamacare plan gives you the right to not consent to treatment. So you can say no to treatment. Otherwise, it's going to be a civil and a criminal offense against them. You're getting no audio in 2 frames per second? Well, that's Vaughn. Why don't you go over here? What most people do is they open up pop-out chat by going to coolrock.com, and they then look at our site and go, whoa, that's cool. Or they watch us on Flash, which you can do by opening up the Flash show. That's strange. Let me refresh. California restaurant defies statewide order, opens for dine-in service. Excellent. This is great. First I've seen of that. California dine-in restaurant defies the orders. Cool. This is what civil disobedience is. It's great. I'd love to see how many times they can do this. Apparently,
at a tiny roadside diner in El Dorado, where the sign promises true home cooking. People aren't staying home any longer.
Cafe El Dorado opening its doors today for the first time since the statewide shutdown, welcoming their customers back after over a month apart.
We either, run around in fear of getting a virus, or we're homeless. Yeah, I'm going to be homeless.
Yeah.
If I don't open my business back up.
Inside, something you probably haven't heard in a while, the buzz of a restaurant waiting tables.
I found myself just smiling the whole time. So it's like, wow, this feels awesome.
Well, it felt like getting back to normal.
The quaint restaurant serves breakfast and lunch and only seats about 25 people. Nearly 100 made their way through today. Owner Sherry Baldridge says social distancing just isn't possible.
If you want to come in, you come in. If you don't, you don't.
I was about 2 feet from someone, and I'm not concerned at all. It's time that we open California up.
Baldridge says she had to reopen after getting 2 eviction notices.
We received a complaint today regarding Cafe El Dorado planning to reopen for sit-down service tomorrow. Please be advised that this is not allowed per the governor's order.
She got an email yesterday from the county department that permits and inspects restaurants, saying they received a complaint and asking her to not allow sit-down service, pointing to the governor's order.
This is in defiance of the statewide order.
Right. I have to eat. I have to pay my bill.
good for her. Thank goodness for her. I'll tell you, civil disobedience is really highly respected in this show. I really respect what she's doing, and she has to eat. Yeah, the governor Newsom is over the top. He's completely absorbed with his own greatness. You can see it, and he's the nephew of Nancy Pelosi. I mean, it's the guy who had a cush job. It was literally handed to him. Yeah, it's like they get these stool pigeons to do their work. We're talking about the New World Order and Governor Newsom being one of them, and Donald Trump being other parts of the New World Order. They control both two-party systems. They control the left and the right. That's why both of your choices are bad for the upcoming election. No matter what you do, if you keep doing the same thing, you're not going to fix the country, folks. Seriously. I need Republicans to join this party, and I need Democrats to join this party. I really do. You're never going to get the solid support of our Bill of Rights that you're going to get here. You see wavering going on. The Democrats want to take away your right to bear arms. The Republicans want to take away your right to assemble. So do the Democrats. And they both want to control your right to your skin. The most important, largest organ in your body, your skin. They want to stick a needle in it with unknown substances, causing cancer. Then they want to bag and tag you with an RFID chip with the 666 number on it. Oh, there's more than truth to that. That's right in your face. This is the actual patent number of the currency system that they're going to be using with a digital ID. They're going to make you do your digital currency through your digital ID. That's their plan. We're not going to let them. As long as I'm alive, they'll never have a digital currency system in place. I will never allow that. My fish are doing great. They're covered with algae. Like my eco van. That would be covering me with algae. Yeah, my silver eco van I want to buy. I know. Well, a lot of people are suffering financially because they don't have enough money. And the lack of money also reflects the stalls in the businesses across the country. Closing our country down was the worst mistake of Donald Trump's presidential campaign. Well, actually, the worst mistake was working with Russia. But the second worst mistake was working with, shutting the country down. Now, a lot of people hated a man named John D. Rockefeller. This was his big deal. How Rockefeller wiped out natural cures to create big pharma. Now, what I'm about to tell you is going to be shocking. Many of you will not believe it at first, but you're welcome to check the history books and verify. The 1918 Spanish flu occurred, in which initially about 3 million people got sick and died. It was terrible. But then along came John D. Rockefeller and his plan to virtually vaccinate everybody. And he said this was the way to stop it. And he put a dangerous, deadly influenza B virus in the mix of vaccines. And that caused the death, or let's just say that infected 500 million people, of which 100 million people died. And that was the beginning of the vaccines, or the big pharma industry that John D. Rockefeller funded. Now, his power has gone to extensive areas across the globe. He even established the NEA, National Education Association. You'd think that that would be something a nice guy would do, right? No. Does he look like a nice guy? No, he wasn't a nice guy at all. In fact, they had to try to stop him from taking over the oil industry. He wanted Standard Oil to be the only gas pump out there. They had to do a monopoly bust on the guy. Anyway, his son and relatives, David Rockefeller Jr., they've been working for the Rothschild family for years. Same with same with Rockefeller. Rockefeller worked for the Rothschild family as well. They were close. That's how they catapulted their money forward and made so much money they didn't even want to talk about it. Do you have a link for me, Wiggs Anthony? Thank you. Get me that. You got some nice campers for me, I see. Those are nice. Yeah, I like that. You know, I'd like to get one with a push out. Do they make any of those? I don't think they have any push outs over there. They're nice. I mean, believe me, I'd accept one without a push out, but a slide out. Thanks for showing me all those great choices. I'll have to decide which one I want to buy. Anyway, their big plan continues. And William H. Gates Sr. is working collaterally with David Rockefeller, and his son, Bill Gates, who looks like an old man as well, he's the guy that's the front man for their big push for the vaccines and the COVID IDing. What if I told you that the Rothschilds were behind Adolf Hitler's rise to power too? Would that freak you out? Does that freak you out, Donald? Or are you? You're not too freaked out, are you? This is our president, folks. This is your president. The guy who wants to force vaccinate you. Oh yeah, you got a real winner there. Some doctor said he's definitely on something. We don't know what, but he's definitely on something. But yeah, they're working collaterally with Bill Gates to do exactly the same thing they did during the Spanish flu. Their goal is to depopulate the earth, and that means you're on their list. If you take the vaccine, you could die, because that's the fastest way they can inject it in your bloodstream. I know. They can't really do it by having you breathe it in. It's not spreading fast enough. So they got Bill to do their dirty work, and he's got some dirt on him with Jeffrey Epstein, we know. There's got to be some dirt out there, because Jeffrey Epstein's primary goal was to get compromising videos of adults with children. So if that's the case, they've got the goods on him and they could turn him in. So he's got to do what they say. I mean, this is a guy that wouldn't even vaccinate his own kids. Now he's talking about, death of children, producing more dead children. He even said so in that interview I just played you. So think, the same person that believes the earth is overpopulated wants to save your life with a vaccine. He's part of an entire family, a conglomerate of genocidal people who were never prosecuted for genocide. They were always too rich to be prosecuted. Does that make sense? I hope it does. They bought all the justices all these years, so they've used their power and their scope and their sphere of influence to do yet again a bigger job. Now, before in 1918, they only killed 100 million people. I mean, really. They're looking at killing 7 billion now. And they've got a whole new way of stamping you with a COVID ID, kind of like Hitler did with the Nazi concentration camps and IBM. Sorry to say, and they've got all kinds of people like Trump who will do their bidding. Now this woman, whatever she meant at BBC when she said this, I don't know what she said, but why she said it, but here she said it.
Infected enough of the population with this virus. So we haven't infected enough of the population with this virus. So
okay, so what does that mean? We haven't infected enough of the population with this virus.
We haven't infected enough of the population with this virus.
So apparently we haven't infected enough of the population with this virus. So that's the way that they get you infected, is to hit you with the vaccine. The Q-tips are also infected. The CDC has reported over 100,000 Q-tips have been infected with the COVID-19 virus. Not nice, so they stick a Q-tip all the way to the back of your head. Oh, it hurts too. I wouldn't want it done. So you don't work for the government, huh? You're no longer in a uniform. It has been several years since you had a president, no chain of command. I see your point, Ron. Yeah, look at Melinda Gates and tell me that's not a man. I know. Well, their laws are that they want to tell you the truth. So you're right. You made a good point. Yeah, Save 1818 says they're really trying to tell you the truth. So when they do this, when they commit these acts of genocide, they get people like this to tell you the truth. She really means it. That wasn't a twist of her tongue here.
So we haven't infected enough of the population with this virus.
Okay, so if that's the case, then we got that going for us, which is weird. We got Bill Gates saying in an exclusive interview that, he's trying to produce death of children. We got him telling the truth there. So you're right. Maybe they are trying to tell you the truth. They're trying to tell you they're going to try to produce death in children and spread the virus. It's very interesting that you mean that. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at this man. All right, this looks like a really lightweight job. Like it's going to last and last. It looks like it's a high mileage job too. Let me take a look. And I'm looking at an eco van I can tour the country in. That's nice. Let me fast forward it. The Black Edition. Wow. Does it have a bathroom? What do you mean I can't afford that? Yeah, they can't push some ridiculous herd immunity too, because pushing a lockdown at the same time, I know, it's doublethink. You're right. How do they push a herd immunity when they got a lockdown? And how can they have a herd immunity when a virus is mutating? This is really nice, man. Yeah. It's got the bathroom, the bed for me and myself and whoever is traveling with me. Yeah. I like it a lot. Very, very nice. The Italians know how to make things. Look at the bathroom. Oh, that's deluxe. Oh man, this is really cool. You know what I like about this is the Italians put a lot more energy into making the bathroom more comfortable. That's really a big bathroom for a small van. I'm like really impressed. Yeah. Very nice. Thank you for sending me that link. I'll check it out when I choose to buy it. Yeah, we've had a bid on my Honda Insight. Well, as you know, it'll be worth a fortune someday, and we're trying to figure out the appropriate price for it. Silver line protective masks to fight off COVID. This is new. Yeah, this is like a new thing. It's a EMF-proof beanie. You can wear it and your brain is protected from electromagnetic radiation near the monitor. Ooh, maybe I should get that, and wear the beanie in the show. Because somebody said, Dave, being in front of the monitors might, be affecting it. They're LED. They're not, well, that's LCD. I've got an LCD over here and an LED here. I know, I'm time to sell my old stinky Honda on eBay. Yeah. How are you going to transport it back to Italy? Are you going to hire a transport vehicle to carry my collector's item to Italy? Could the EMF still travel through your face? Yes. Yeah, the whole thing is ridiculous. The idea of putting something over your head protects your head, but it prevents your brain waves from circulating around your head. You don't really think that your brain has an electrical field inside of your skull, do you? Your electrical field is out here. Have you seen Kirlian photography? Many years ago in the 70s, the Soviet Union engaged in what is called parapsychology, in which they studied a tremendous amount of alpha wave emissions from our brain. And in the process, they found that people had kind of like an aura. Yeah. Kind of like a chakra. There's a type of aura photography out there. That's one way to do it. Somebody perfected this method. But Kirlian photography dates back to the early days. You could put your hand in a certain, under a certain type of a wide lens, and you'd get an amazing impression off of your hand. Apparently people emit certain larger levels of a Kirlian photography, more auras. They say healers produce like a really, really rich aura, very, very big aura, whereas non-healers don't. Now this is all, holistic, naturopathic medicine as well as parapsychology. But if you put something over your head that protects your head from EMF radiation, your brainwaves are like going inside your head. I don't know how safe that is. A news mask, really? Okay, let's take a look at the news mask. New face mask, okay. Nice, now available. Does it include the COVID-19 germs on the face mask? I'm having a hard time really figuring out what it is other than some sort of a black cotton liner. The high loft and ultrafine fibers, small individual fibers or fleece fluff may accumulate with friction. A lint brush. Washing instructions. Stretch mask. I'm going to pass on that. I don't really... I've got good N95 masks as well as Blue Abso masks. I use the Blue Abso underneath my N95 when I go out pretending to be, a person worried about the disease. Fueler directors in COVID epicenter doubt legitimacy of deaths attributed to pandemic. Right. Mr. Bill has that link. We've got a show tonight about that. I'll add that Eurovan to my show tonight, by the way. Thank you. I want to take a look at it. We play a lot of fun stuff in our show. I bet it gets really good gas mileage, too. It's a nice one. I like that. It's unique.
You're making the death rate for New York City a lot higher than it should be.
To be honest with you, all of the death certificates they're writing COVID on, all of the death certificates, whether they had a positive test, whether they didn't. So I think, again, this is my personal opinion. I think like the mayor in our city, they're looking for federal funding, and the more they put COVID on a death certificate, the more they can ask for federal funds.
There you go. That's the deal. They just want more federal funds. We'll play this tonight. It's part of our lineup. We already have it in there. We played it before. Very good. But this is a good one. Yeah, it's like a cutting edge. Veritas does these interviews with with the funeral directors, and they're all saying the same thing. Does this guy look normal to you? Because he was very hated for a century. No one liked this guy, and they didn't like the Rockefellers either. So why would we like Bill Gates, who's a friend of the Rockefellers? Seriously. It looks kind of like he's the Grim Reaper, doesn't he? He looks kind of like the devil himself. He's a messed up person. He kowtowed to the Rothschilds, got all his money from them, and then used his power to catapult more power. Smells fishy. Day by day. Yeah, I guess we're just having to deal with life after 49 days of being locked up and a president that doesn't have the brains to say, okay, we can all get back to normal. The hospitals are empty. Move to the country, grow food. How do you grow food when it's toxic in the air? Oh yeah, I go outside. I'm smelling something. You don't know that they're spraying the virus on you, do you? Oh, you don't think that they're spraying the virus on you? Oh, it's in their food too. Yeah, it's everywhere. That was never as contagious as they made it out to be, but they tried to spray it and it dies in the sun. Natural processes break the virus down, so they didn't succeed in bioengineering something that will resist breakdown of UV rays. That's why people aren't getting as infected as they expected. We've been hosed, aerial sprayed with chemtrails. They've been dumping the virus on us. You didn't know that? They're also doing this right now. They're keeping us all locked up so that they can install the 5G network. Well, little do they know, I have a safer alternative, the 5G Plus network. So we're going to come in and fix all of the 5G networks to make them safe before we even light it up. As president, we'll be putting together a brand new plan. Oh, you think that Mark is trying to suppress the numbers in our room? You think? Dude, I've been censored for 7 years on Vaughn's network. 7 years. You're just now picking up on it, huh? If COVID was real, then how come you never see politicians wearing a mask? You never see reporters wearing a mask, or occasionally you do? And they tell us to stay at home and then walk in parks and go golfing, right? Like Barack Obama did the other day. How come? Then small business, regular people, you and me, harassed by cops, arrested or fined? What? Thank you. Good point, Mr. Bill. The bathroom's nice on this one. You know I like a nice bathroom. Yeah. It's tall, too. Look at this. It's got the room for a 6'4" guy. He's 6'2", and he's got room to spare. I'm 6'4". Check the bathroom out. I know the bathroom's the best selling feature. Yeah. It's like lots of room. Yeah, he's washing under his arms.
190.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I like it. Is Sarah okay with me casting this much? She loves the online teaching experience. So for her, during the day, she's doing online teaching in the other room, and I'm doing my show in here. So it's perfect. I have my defined studio here. Oh yeah, the word of mouth is out there about America's Third Party. We're growing. Even though they're trying to suppress us, we're still growing. Yeah, there are 8 people on D Live. It's only showing 5. No, they got to the D Live group. They paid them off. D Live is suppressing the people coming in here, Ron. We've had nothing but problems getting people into our show. Ron can read it. They shield the information from you. Most people have the mask over their scrim. Sometimes you guys are running some pretty good browsers. It'll show the number of people in there. Yeah, we saw the Bill Gates slip of the tongue. I played that earlier, but I'll play it again, sure. Here he says, right in front of your eyes, he says the truth.
Nutrition, so chance for us to share things like reducing childhood death and improving the
He's like laughing. He said right in front of your face, share how they're producing childhood death.
Things like reducing childhood death and improving the nutrition. So it's a chance for travel to Africa, meet with scientists.
Weird stuff. Thank you for that link.
We see a lot of things that are going very well, things like reducing childhood death and improving the nutrition. So travel to Africa, meet with scientists. We see a lot of things that are going very well, things like reducing childhood death and
Thousands are not dying. The average death rate equals COVID. Yeah, the average death rate equals COVID. There's no new deaths coming on. In fact, we have 15% less deaths right now than we've had the previous 4 years. Yeah. Isn't that amazing? They're lying to you. The CDC has suspended the reporting of influenza data during the coronavirus outbreak, so they're not even telling you how many people get the regular flu. They're just saying everything's COVID. They're lying to you flat out to your face. And let's not forget that Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci are being investigated, Dr. Birx and Dr. Redfield, the CDC director, is being investigated for scientific fraud and misconduct regarding the HIV/AIDS vaccine trials. They use veterans as guinea pigs at the Walter Reed Hospital. We're finding this out. Everything that Trump is doing right now is he's colluding with corrupt people who've already been outed as being criminal in nature. I don't know. Scissorfied says it shows 9. It shows me 9 now, yeah. I don't know. Everything about the D Live show seems to be manipulated right now. Anyway, this is another story. Dr. Redfield, director of CDC, and Deborah Birx, coronavirus coordinator for the White House, were the targets of a damning Department of Defense investigation after colleagues in the U.S. Army and Air Force blew the whistle on scientific fraud during their clinical trials of HIV/AIDS vaccine. This, believe me, rigging results and getting rid of evidence is not abnormal for these people. That's their usual behavior. Yeah. Winter's coming. Well, the average death rate equals COVID, pretty much. Our stats show that they just simply borrowed from the normal death rate to call them all COVID. Everything has been a manipulation, and now people are running around going, oh yeah, all our healthcare workers are working so hard. No, they were actually put on a furlough. Many of them are without a job right now. We played videos of these people who've openly said, hey, yeah, we're not working at all. One lady said, yeah, she's been out of a job for some time. Don't bother sending her any Starbucks coupons. She can't even leave her house because she really, can't even work. Trump did the worst possible thing, folks. He shut down our economy. Nobody of any brains would do that.
In the history of the world, and we closed it in order to win this war. And we took the greatest economy in the history of the world, and we closed it in order to win this war.
There's no war. It's a live exercise. And he even said that somebody should have told him during the live exercise venue. Remember we played that? Trump is simply a puppet of the New World Order, okay? I'll leave that mnemonic aid on the screen for you. He's simply a puppet of the New World Order, yeah. If you haven't figured that out by now, you never will. If many of you think, well, Trump's doing the right thing, well, did you hear that he wants to force vaccinate people? Yeah, let's not forget, he wants to stick you with a chip, that 666. Oh yeah, many of you Christians are a little bit worried about that. I don't blame you. I don't want the chip either. Sure, if you want me to play the video that reminds me of you.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, the COVID numbers are on the rise. No, they're not. We definitely need a vaccine, though. No, we don't. But Bill Gates said he can go F himself. Well, I haven't actually done any research. I can tell. Exactly. So when you look at the numbers, there's nowhere near the numbers to make this any more than, even like Dr. Fauci said in the New England Journal of Medicine, March 26th, he wrote that this is no worse than a severe seasonal influenza. Let's break down the timeline of the truth. Oh, okay. Well, how many truths are you when you talk about the truth of COVID, please include the fact that 80% of the number of people tested positive are not positive. I'll add it to my list. I'm putting it in there. Reverend Dana Jones. Let's take a look a little bit. Yeah. Anyway, suffice to say that you are worried about the safety of the 5G network. I've got a safer alternative, the 5G Plus network. And once we implement Faraday shields and limiters, there won't be any question about its safety, and we will test it with laboratory animals like they should have done all along. So don't think for a second I want to throw away all the infrastructure that's out there right now. I'm not a person who throws infrastructure away. I'm the guy who's going to make it safe. All right? Thank you. Thanks, Dave. And no one's seen any really, really crowded hospitals. That's the problem. Yeah, nobody's seen any crowded hospitals. Now, you got a president that is pretty much buzzed all the time, and they keep him in this condition so that he can, do their bidding. He's a guy who likes money. He likes women. He might even like somebody else. I don't know. I mean, all I know is this guy's greedy as hell, and he's high as hell in this particular picture. Nobody knows anybody that died of COVID. I know. I've been asking people. Don't fall for that thing when they go into your apartment building and knock on the door and say, hey, somebody in an apartment building died of COVID. You need to get COVID tested. Don't fall for that. Say you want proof that the person died. You want his death certificate. You want to look at it before you even submit to any testing. And you don't have to submit to testing. It's actually your right to not consent to a treatment. And if they try to force it on you, they're liable for civil penalties in the millions of dollars. Not to mention criminal penalties, which would be assault with a deadly weapon, a Q-tip. I could argue that a Q-tip could severely impair somebody who has a sinus infection. You could trigger an embolism in their brain. Like say you stuck your finger all the way to the back of your head and wiggled it around. That would be bad. I'm Mr. Blue. Okay, I'll pass to the second one. Thank you. Apple and Google contact tracing is a dystopian nightmare. I know. They've already got the plans to do it. They had the plans to do it back in 2000.
Not everything that can be done.
They had the plans to do this back in 2019 in April. They were working on the plans to trace everybody with their app. Mr. Trump is really doing it. Yeah, he's basically delivering the New World Order venom to our society. And it's up to you guys to really get me elected. I keep telling you that, but you got to take it seriously. I can't do it alone. If you don't take this seriously, I'll never be able to stop what's happening. The total takeover of your rights. I believe I will win, but we have to do it. We can't just talk about it. Apple and Google contact tracing is a dystopian nightmare. 12-minute video, thank you.
Should be done. And some things, no matter how good and needed they...
This is Vice, so they'll try to monetize me if I record it. So I'm just going to grab it and put it in our lineup. Thank you. Mucho apreciado. Sí, gracias. So this guy's obviously on something. He's a puppet of the New World Order. He got bought out. He wants to force vaccinate all you Christians and stick you with a chip with the mark of the devil. Yeah, you need to realize that Trump was never in your league. He was never helping you. He was never in your corner fighting for your rights. He's a turncoat, and all he cared about all along was money. Yeah. Me, I'm a little simpler. You know, put me in front of a nice, comfortable 40-inch TV and a nice little bit of tea, not even expensive tea, just something nice, you know, with filtered water, with a person I care about, and it's free. My entertainment value is free. I don't need a lot of money to be happy. I need a green world around me, though, I'll tell you that. I need clean air. I need clean water. What we have today is not a sanctuary. I want to build a sanctuary for all of you. We have a country that's been allowing these rich industrialists to pollute and destroy our earth, and now they want to force vaccinate us. They want to stick plastic waste in us. They tell us we can't use our recyclable bags now when we go to the store. Seriously. We were recycling for years. Now we have to grab plastic, and we have these big, huge bags full of plastic we have to take to the recycler. My local market at Safeway has a recycling bin for the plastic, but paper bags are way more recyclable. They actually degenerate and biodegrade rather quickly in the ground. Are you calling me a degenerate? They disintegrate, they gentrify, they break up. Yeah, he wants forced vaccinations. I don't want forced vaccinations, and I want to filter the air. I don't want to dump chemtrails on us. These people want to literally light up the sky with chemtrails. This is what people see all the time in my area. I know it's true in your area too, and notice how it stopped? It's not condensation, folks. These are dumps of heavy metals in the sky. And they use those heavy metals to do what is called weather modification. For all we know, they're dumping germs on us right now. You know, I believe that they had a plan to dump the germ on us, and they've been deploying it for some time. I know. Oh, I actually got proof of it. Aviation Daily came up with a story that they found the germ in... They accidentally released the germ in the air, in the chemtrails. Check this out. News that amuses. Aviation Daily. Now, one thing I can confirm, that this may be in the category of satire, but I think they're telling the truth. Pentagon confirms coronavirus accidentally got into the chemtrail supply chain. Spraying is suspended. Yeah, I'd like to say this was not true, but according to the Pentagon, has issued an indefinite hold order to all military air wings and airlines to immediately stop spraying chemtrails until it can be determined how the COVID-19 virus found its way into the chemtrail fluid supply. See, that chemtrail fluid supply is really important to these people. They really want to poison us with heavy metals. But I tend to believe that they really are dumping germs in our air, and they just miscalculated. They expected to virtually take seed in the population, not realizing that traveling through the air, descending 5,000, 7,000 feet, was going to kill the germ. So we're ironically breathing a lot of attenuated viruses. They've been spraying us. We, the cattle of the United States of America, right? You can, yeah, absolutely. It's been considered satire by some, but you check the link out. I think it's real. I think it's real. I think it's a bona fide aviation link. Yeah, I don't believe it's satire. I think they really told people they're spraying them. You see, that's what goes back to Save 1818 said, that they like to tell the truth. They feel it's okay if they tell you they're spraying you with the germ itself. The mindset of these people who are doing this is such that if they tell you they're going to murder you, it's okay to murder you. Does that make any sense at all? Because that's how they see it. I don't think it makes sense from my perspective, but they see it that way. They have a code of ethics that they live by, and they often foreshadow what they're going to do. They tell it to you in films, like The Simpsons already has foreshadowing of Donald Trump being our president. They simply made him our president, yeah. They knew what they were going to do, and they set out to do it, and they did it. They always tell you what they're going to do. That's the only code they live by. And they make it obvious that they're faking you, too, when they show you all these shooting deaths without any evidence whatsoever. It's the fakest fakery you'd ever see. And what they're doing is they're testing us to see how stupid we are. And so far, we're definitely passing the smell test on stupid as a nation. We can't even build a third party to challenge their two-party controlled system. They think that this is a joke. They think that somehow they've been able to keep me down in my chat rooms for so long that they're going to somehow stop me. I'm playing a much bigger game. I'm in a game of chess and they're playing checkers. Yeah, you saw an article a couple years back that the FBI was testing viruses in the web-type chemtrail. Yeah, and Saved 18 says it's Masonic law. If they tell the truth, they're absolved of the evil. There you have it. Thank you, Saved 1818. You're really giving us some clarity today. Appreciate it. Sanctuary Sunday is on fire, man. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. No, we know all this. I've been studying. There's a good series of DVDs out there called The New Atlantis. It's written from the perspective of these Zionists that want to, rule the world. And if you haven't seen the New Atlantis DVD set, it's really powerful. I don't even know where it is. I'm wondering if it's even on video. Let me take a look. Really good series. Sarah and I had a chance to watch it. We got it from somebody who handed it to us. And then he disappeared. Never to be seen again. Yeah, it is a series. Yeah, good. Yeah, if you want to get started and obviously you know a lot about the Masonic plans, but this is a really good, the New Atlantis. It's mostly from their perspective. Sir Francis Drake kicked it all off, really. I mean, his great goal was to increase our intelligence. And then later their goal was to decrease our intelligence. Some people believe that Shakespeare was an amalgamation of authors. And when you analyze the Shakespearean, all the dramas and comedies, everything, it doesn't add up. None of that could have been written by one person. And it turns out William Shakespeare was illiterate. He couldn't even spell his name. He was like a stage actor who looked the part. So they made him famous. This is the truth. This is not the falsehood that you get on the mainstream media. Anyway, the idea of William Shakespeare being illiterate is kind of funny in and of itself. But the people behind the writing were many authors that pulled together under Sir Francis Drake to put together a plan to educate people. They believed through the Enlightenment period that by educating people that they would begin to think intellectually and make decisions that would be better for the common good. The original notion that they had back then was actually quite noble, ironically, but now it's been bastardized into a group of hacks that think that the best choice that they want to do, it's a long series, yeah. Now it's a bunch of hacks that the best thing they could possibly want to do would be to create like a planned, mechanized world run by AI. They abandoned the notion of educating the populace and decided AI could better run our society. And then they fed the variables of what would our world look like if we continue to replicate and not clean up, not do anything but replicate. Well, for one, they believe we would run out of fuel. They believe we'd run out of resources. And their AI system spit out an answer, and that said, get rid of 90% of the human population. That's what their AI system said. They never put into the variables the idea of filtration and water filtration. Had they added this to the variable, this to the variable, and this to the variable, they would have probably, and even this, no GMOs to the variable, they would have absolutely said, continue replicating and continue being a human species. But when AI is given variables that are limited, they're going to say get rid of the 90% of the population. So that's basically what's happening. The great idealists of that era that are now claiming to be 33rd degree Masons are now succumbing to this idea of transhumanism. And somehow AI is going to solve everything. No. AI could not manage this earth properly. It requires the human touch. But we've clearly shown the world that human beings have failed because people like me haven't been elevated to power. That's the reason why we failed. Great idealists and thinkers and pragmatists like myself. I'm both a pragmatist and an idealist in one. People like myself, we don't usually elevate to power. But now there's a unique opportunity with the internet being so prevalent. We grabbed that opportunity 12 years ago and started running our show, and have been running it ever since. They think they're stopping me, but what they don't understand, these people that control the world, is that I've already seeded my name and my face and my ideas out among over 1 billion people around the world. Now there's 7.6 billion people in the world right now. You can round it up to 8 billion. And they're talking about me. And the numbers are growing right now, and they can't control that. Now, they can control who comes in the chat rooms, but they can't control the word of mouth about what this third party is all about and what I've been all about since I got here. When I was a child, I was rather disappointed in my educators. I rapidly went through 7 years of mathematics in 2, and I was doing college calculus, second year college calculus at the age of 15. I accelerated way beyond my years, and in the process I ran into all kinds of stop gaps in the education system and pretty closed-minded people like professors. At one point I really wanted to pursue oceanography. I mean, I really wanted it. I loved oceanography as a kid. I studied it. I studied all of the different underwater vehicles, and I really wanted to get involved. And then I went to college and had an oceanography professor who was the expert on whales. He absolutely discouraged me and my beliefs in oceanography. He sounded to me like a corporate pig. And I listened to this guy tell me that it was okay to kill sperm whales because they had really grown to a large pod strength and they no longer needed to be alive. He was a guy who went to Japanese court cases and testified in favor of killing more whales. And I thought, if that's what oceanography is, I don't want to participate in it. He was a flipper hater, yeah. He hated flipper. So I had an oceanography professor that literally killed my great ideas and my great goals. I went to his off hours. I would talk to him. I'd try to converse with him. It was like talking to a doorknob. Nothing. No Socratic method, no sharing of ideas, nothing. I find out that a lot of these professors at UCLA and the UC system were Marxists as well. So I really got discouraged by our greater thinkers and our idealists who were in our schools and realized that I couldn't possibly be a part of that. I couldn't be indoctrinated by that. So I've retained my intellectual integrity for the past 59 years. Actually, I'm 60 as of April. So for 60 years, I retained my absolute individual idealism and integrity. Not many people can say that. So if you gave an idea person like me the reins of power, we would begin to solve our problems. But we've got an absolute alleged drug addict as our president right now. There's nothing good about him. Yeah. And the people that are running the world are very strange individuals. We don't know what the hell they are. Some people like Karen Hudas, the former attorney for the World Bank that's trying to fight these people, believe that these people are of a different species. Now you can look this name up. There's not much on it. But it's called Homo capensis, not Homo sapien. And they look like us, but they have very long oblong heads. Homo capensis is the word for what they are. For lack of a better word, Homo capensis. We believe they may be a subspecies of the human species that believes that they're superior to us. Like coneheads, yeah. Now that would explain their extreme avarice and greed. The one thing about their species that they seem to share is this great desire to dominate the world with money. And they're like bean counters. All they care about is money. They see the whole world through the lens of money. And their plan has been very much to control the world and the destiny of humankind. Well, they're right now in the very, very they're almost cresting in their power. But they never planned on the world being open to the internet. They never planned on the internet. And their big plans are slowly eroding because they can't control the internet. They've tried. They've censored me in the show. I understand Mark got $3.2 million from the Council on Foreign Relations just to stop me. But they haven't really figured out how to stop the internet in its raw sense. As much as they'd like to censor everybody that comes in here. There are millions of people trying to get into our chat rooms, and they keep knocking them out. They can't stop the flow. Because the word of mouth still says, hey, yeah, we need a guy like David Spanheim to help this country out. And America can lead by example, and other countries can say, yeah, we see his point. He's making sense. Because I'm not that complicated of a person. I'm extremely complex inside my mind, but my needs are simple. And I export my sustainability ideas to other people. See, Stormy Daniels, look at this. Finally got in here. She's been refreshing for hours. Thank you. Welcome, Stormy. She says, Dave, I finally got in. See, that's confirmation in and of itself. They're trying to control us. They're trying to keep us under control, and we're not going to be controlled. And as we approach greater knowledge about the perverted world that they're living in, the pedo world, where they torture children, these elitists, the more we know about that, the more we pry open the Jeffrey Epsteins and the Harvey Weinsteins and the Anthony Wieners, all these people who are revealing, Bill Cosby too, and they're all getting, looked at now. The more we reveal their secret societies and their bizarre, sick behavior, the more they want to tighten the screws on us. Now New York is ending religious exemptions for required vaccines, which is illegal. You can't take away a person's religious right, their free speech, and their Fourth Amendment right to privacy of their body. So now New York is acting like the Gestapo of Adolf Hitler, under Andrew Cuomo, who's clearly on the take financially. He signed a bill Thursday ending vaccinations exemptions based on religious beliefs. The latest attempt to address the growing measles outbreak, the worst. When was this? That was June 2019. Wow, so they already put this in place. Oh yeah, this is over a year old, or almost a year old. Wow. So they already had this in place in New York, so they're going to just move into. Nobody wants to be injected with a needle. Nor should they. It's your natural response mechanism to say you don't want to be injected with a needle, especially when the CDC's got a history of bad mistakes with vaccines. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Judy Mikovits has been very vocal about what's going on, and she keeps stating the truth about what happened to her from Dr. Fauci himself.
Covering up 40. This COVID-19 is covering up 40 years of we put all these viruses and drove these pandemics through populations. Contagious cancer. Look at the exploding cancer rates. Look at Lou Gehrig's. We have bucket challenges and all we ever knew was Lou Gehrig. Look at the environmental toxins, not just the viruses, but the aluminum, the formaldehyde, these mandated vaccines, that all liability was removed when Tony Fauci stood next to Ronald Reagan in 1986. So what it makes me feel when I look at that TV, I can't even describe the horror. Why are these people, Robert Redfield, all these people, everyone knew they committed these crimes in the 80s.
Yeah, and I even told you they were under investigation. Multiple complaints about Dr. Fauci and Redfield, the CDC director. She is great, and thank goodness that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. brought her to the forefront. She was in hiding. Her life had been destroyed by Dr. Fauci. He took all of her research that she spent decades on, confiscated it at 3:30 in the morning a.m. without a warrant, and stole it all and destroyed it all. That's pretty serious, don't you think? When that happens, that's bad news. So clearly I've got ideas that the Democrats can't even get a handle on. Pricing up plastic is something we should have done a long time ago, and we need a robust recycling industry, a national composting plan as well, to build soil for all of you to have gardens. We need a new sustainable format for America, and we need a new leader. We don't have anybody with this consciousness that I possess. I've been born for this time. I'm an organic farmer myself. I believe in organic food production. I spearheaded the idea back in the 80s, marketing it around the country. And I'm the guy for you. I'll get this country straightened out.
And of course, I'm your worm queen.
That's right. Sarah's the compost lady. She's in charge of the worm business. She loves worms. She's got them at her school. She's got great compost bins growing. And the National Compost Plan will be a big, big part of our future. Every city will have a central area you can bring food waste or get food waste turned into compost for $1 a bag. Okay.
$1 a bag, man.
Well, right now we're paying about $2 for some really bad steer manure.
I know. Can we just pay $2 for some really good?
For organic, really good composted material for $1 a bag, is a 40-pound bag is a really good deal. But that's the kind of thing we'll be offering.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
It's just, yeah, it's pretty cool. The cool thing is that there's so much food waste in this country that it could easily be composted, and that could really rejuvenate our soil. It's pretty amazing because I never thought of myself as a gardener, or I don't say ever. I did try to work in our garden. David created a garden, and I tried to do some gardening when I was growing up, but never really did because, anyway, the better soil here at our house is like clay, and it's just not good for growing things. And then I was like, it doesn't work. And then I started composting, and I went, in order to empty the compost bin, I would take these little tiny spades, and I'd take a spadeful, and I had a whole bucket of spades, and I'm like, here kids, go take this to one of the garden beds. They installed garden beds for us, and they had put some compost in there, but it wasn't or some potting soil, but it wasn't the best. But I'm like, take this compost to the beds, and my goodness, things just grew. They just grew. A couple other people decided to plant some stuff, and I think we planted some stuff too, but they're like, oh, let's go get some things for the kids to plant. And I planted some flowers, and it just took off. And I really attribute that to the compost. Yes, genius, we are on an island. We're on Whidbey Island, which is it's almost as long as Long Island. It's a really big island. But yeah. Anyway, and then what was really cool the first year that we did it is when I was telling the kids, take this to the garden, that I came back, I had some families watering during the summer, and I was not there, and they're like, do you want us to bring some tomato cages? Because there's tomatoes, your tomatoes are really growing. I'm like, we didn't plant tomato plants. There was no tomato seedlings that went into that garden. And yet my sister, who's a master gardener, later in the fall, she comes out and she's like, you're supposed to rotate crops and not put everything the same type of plant in every planter. You've got tomatoes in every single planter here. And it's true, because the tomato seedlings came from, they call them volunteers, because they just sprouted up from the compost. And I had so many different types of tomatoes. We had Roma tomatoes and cherry tomatoes, grape tomatoes, beefsteak tomatoes, tomatoes just coming out the yin-yang, as they say. And then, yes, last year was our second year. And at that time in October, so the tomatoes were coming up, and then I was pulling out the tomatoes. The tomatoes were kind of dying off. And then in October, the PTA said, hey, do you want us to put these rotting pumpkins in your compost bin? And I'm like, well, my compost bin's getting full at this time. And so I thought, why don't we just bring him over, and then I was doing a garden club, and I said I'll just have the kids like clean out this one bed. It needs to be like put to sleep for the winter. Clean out anything that's in there that's growing, and then we'll put the pumpkins in there. And I thought like I would tell the kids like put the pumpkins in there, and I thought that they just watched the pumpkins rot on top, like put the pumpkins on top. The kids dug out the bed and like buried the pumpkins. And so they buried these like 4 pumpkins, and that were jack-o'-lanterns. And then we came back this past summer, and there were like 8 giant pumpkins. Maybe not giant. They were big. They were 8 big pumpkins that were growing out of that one garden bed. And so it's kind of neat to garden that way. Like I did do some purposeful planting of peas and lettuce. I think that was it, peas and lettuce this year. But a lot of the things that just grow up is just all from the compost. It's really cool. And what's cool, the way I do the composting at my school, I guess this is my forte. This is the thing I like to talk about. The way I do the composting at my school is we have this wagon so the kids can pull the compost to and from the cafeteria. And then we, because the kids aren't, I have my lunch when they're out at recess after their lunch period. And so we actually put the lid on it. It's a like a Tupperware kind of big container, but Rubbermaid or something like that. And then we put it and we store it in the shed overnight. And then in the morning time, when the kids are going for this all school walk before they go through for an all school walk before class starts, and the families are welcome to join them. And that's when I go out and we pull the wagon, the compost out of the shed, the food scraps, and we feed it to the worms. And then the kids can help out. And so they dump the food scraps in, they clean out the bin with water from our rain barrels, and then they put peat moss on it, which peat moss, and I always tell people, I'm like talking to the kids like every day they come and I'm like, do you want to help in the garden? And so it's awesome teaching. Thanks, Saved 1818 over at D Live. He's like, now that's teaching. It really is. It's very cool. Yes, I do talk a lot. It's just one of those things. I went out. Did David tell you guys we went shopping? I did. I didn't eat my chocolate yet, but I did have some hot chocolate today. I just talked to a really good friend of mine during our break, and sometimes for girls or just for me, I really actually feel like when I talk to my friends, I get rejuvenated. It's really good. My friend and I really kind of attribute her to getting my full-time teaching position, and she doesn't live near me anymore, but I really enjoy her, and she is someone I can confide in. Yeah, I do confide in her. Yeah, exactly. She's probably one of my 2, and I also got to see one of my friends today because I went to a store and she happened to be there, or we planned it that way, where she would be shopping at the same time I was. But yeah, so I got to see it. Was really, so I got some rejuvenation from that. So yeah, both of those friends are good people I can confide in. Not that I have a whole lot to confide right now. Like, my life is pretty good, so there's nothing really like sad or tragic or like help me going on right now. I feel like my life is actually going in a good direction and I like it. So my friend, it's a cute story, Genius. She is just an amazing person, and she was a teacher, and when I was subbing and I didn't really understand how school worked, I was trying to get more like qualifications. And so I asked her, I actually put out like 2 teachers, hey, I'll come in and organize your class, and since I'm a teacher, I can do a pretty good job. And she's like, I need somebody to come and organize my class. I'll pay you to come do that. And then we got to talking, and then I ended up coming in and teaching science to her kids, and integrated technology in it. And then it was really good. It was, so yeah, so then we arranged to have like the principal come and observe me, because that was one of the things I needed, is more observations, positive observation, and she gave me tips. Now she moved away because her husband got a really good job, and before that though, before she moved away, she had been doing some math coaching, and she and I would talk math. As you guys know that know me know that I love math. And anyway, she was a math coach for our district for a while, and also a tech coach. So we both had that in kind of both of those things in common. And when she moved away to her district where she teaches now, she applied for different position, like different areas, and the school district where she's at now, they're like, we want to hire you. We already saw, like, they had already hired her husband. He does something completely different, like IT, but they're like, we want to hire you because we know you have coaching experience. And so they hired her, and then then they're like, we want you to be, we don't know what we want you to be. We want you to be like maybe a coach and mentor new teachers. And then later they're like, actually we want you to be an assistant principal. And then later they're like, actually we want you to be a principal. And so she also has to go back to school to get her principal degree, but they have some kind of like emergency certificate or something that she can do that. You bought sound isolating earphones. I have some of those. I was actually wearing those today. I have these really cool headphones I bought for my students with that are noise canceling, but they're really cool because they're not, there's 2 types of noise canceling headphones. One is where it uses an electronic signal and then sends an electronic signal to cancel it. That's not what these are. These are just like built with the right kind of soundproofing in the headphones to soundproof, and I use those to do that. Whoa. She used to walk on a certain side and she had a high-pitched voice. Do I have a high-pitched voice? Sometimes when I get excited, I think I have a high-pitched voice, but most of the time I have just a normal voice. It's just one of those things. But anyway, one of the cool things about the headphones that I bought for my students, and I brought a pair home, was that the cord unplugs, so you can just use them as noise canceling headphones without just if you need to cancel out noise. And then, or you can use them as headphones. But I think they might not totally be working, because I think that only goes into it always seems to be only going into the one ear, but that's all right. It's called Get Shot or Got Shot. I'll bring them in tomorrow. I can't remember. You want to play online pool against me? I do have Facebook. I only check it a few times a week. I think it's, let me see. For a while there, I wasn't checking that. For a couple years, actually. So. Here's my Facebook that I share with you guys. It's facebook.com/thirdparty. What's your name on there so I know to accept your friend requests, because I usually don't accept friend requests. Or maybe I will. It's hard either way. You could either meet a girl that talks all the time with a really high-pitched voice and you're like have to wear some noise-canceling headphones so you don't get ringing in the ears, or you meet a girl that doesn't talk a lot and she might end up expecting you to do the talking when you just want silence. You don't think you can find someone that just wants silence with you? Because sometimes I like silence. David, on the other hand... But, you know, the thing about David that I really like, that, you know, it outweighs anything, is that I never have to, like, totally think, like, what is David thinking? Whereas David's like, what are you looking at? What are you thinking? Because I'm like, quiet. I'm not quiet on the show because David's taught me that you can't have dead airspace and that you need to be talking to fill the void of airspace. But I'm actually pretty quiet in person, I would say. Yeah. I don't mind just being quiet. And listening. I like to listen. I like audiobooks. I like listening to my friends. I like listening to nature. Right now, I think I'm listening to David mow the lawn, which is pretty cool. I'm happy about that. I'm so thankful that David mows the lawn. Oh, I do not want to mow the lawn. Even though we have an electric mower, but I did used to help David mow the lawn. So that was good. I think I'm an ambivert. There are times when I'm an introverted, and then there's times when I'm can go out and meet people. I have to be really comfortable in a situation before I'll like meet people. But if I become really comfortable in a situation, then I'm the first person to go and meet, like introduce myself to new people. I make sure that they feel welcome. Thanks, Saved. Save says, you're teaching well. I teach kids to work. Growing food is fun. Making a fence is fun. Raising chickens is fun. We don't have chickens at our school. I know there's a school in our town that does have chickens, but one of the things that we do have is a native plant garden, and one of the things that I had the kids doing right before school closed is I was running another after-school club, and we only met like 2 or 3 times, but I was having them spread mulch for me, and they weeded around these really cool Gary oak trees. I was like, I don't know if I want to have you do this, but we all planted peas. I had them plant peas. I had my students plant peas. It's pretty good. You tried making it clear to women they agree they are like that too, that they like quiet time too, but then they expect you to text them all the day. They're like, well, I don't want you talking out loud. I want you texting. What are you doing? What are you wearing? Who are you talking to? Who is she? Like, oh my God, who cares? It's not that important. Yeah. For a while there, I was talking to my family like that, but like, hey, this is my life, blah blah blah. What are you up to? But now it's gone down, back down. I still try to communicate with my friends. Even it's funny that we say that because I was saying like how quiet I am. Like my two best friends that I just said, like I talked to both of them today, but we'll go for like months not talking to each other. So I think I'm just that type of person, that I'm just kind of a quieter person, and then I'm like, I need to be a better friend, so I'm going to try to check in like once a week with my friends. No, at my school I just leave it like we have an all school walk, so I'm like anybody can come and help in the garden during the day. And then we were having a last year I did it where it was like each teacher recommended somebody, and then we switched it halfway through the year. And so we had like a garden club, but it was an after school garden club. And then this year I was like, I can't do that. I'm just too busy or too burnt out or whatever. And so this year I was like, the PTA puts on this thing called enrichment, which is just for 6 weeks. And it was like a 6-week. So I was gonna run a course called landscaping, and I think I ran 2 courses before they shut down the schools. And I had the kids, it was funny. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I had him plant something, and we were out there, and he was like drizzle kind of rain, and I'm like, we're going outside anyway. I hope you brought a rain jacket. And it was just for an hour, but yeah, they were like scooping up wood chips. I had the maintenance people, so now maintenance people deliver wood chips. We're trying to create this outdoor classroom area, and now I have like at the school there's these 2 big piles of wood chips just sitting there, and I'm like, I know I need to like go spread them, but I'm not even like a gardener. But I just like to do things. What would you like to talk about? School is for fools. I would talk to you about what you want to talk about if you want to talk. Some people are talking about the relationships and that they don't like texters, people that text them all the time. You just want to have like down and dirty. Have you been able to get relations since the closures? And I've heard some places are starting to open up again. Some things are starting to open up again, even around our state. But you just don't like to listen to people and their lives. How is your life? You drop more acid than the Beatles. Wow. I bet, actually, Joe, knowing you, I totally believe that. Totally. Is there I am a teetotaler, as you can probably tell with my conversation. But, yeah. And that goes for acid as well. How did that make you feel, school? That make you feel powerful? Or was it a little scary, like taking a risk, taking a chance that you might get infected? Well, I think you say that to everyone, Pirate. That's how you ended up with 6 wives or 7 wives or however many wives you had. You weren't worried about getting infected. Well, they probably needed some kind of thing like that from you because they, with all the pressure they're under, working with all the COVID patients, they needed a little feeling like they were in a relationship or whatever. I wonder if Salty did get divorced, or if polygamy is legal in his country. He just is married to all these women. I don't know. I really don't know. But was it expensive to soundproof your room? You got divorced. You married her for her money so you could get some alimony from her? That's how you afford your boat. You just get the women to pay for it. Oh no, the other way around. They take all your savings. Cork panels. Okay. And is it your own house? Like you're not ruining some... Less than $100. Wow. That's pretty cool. Do you do voiceover? Is that why you needed a soundproof room? I know, Joe, you're just a person. I know you're big time celebrity. Joe Pesci's in the room, but he's like, hey, I'm just a person. Yeah, how many rooms did you soundproof? Just the one? You've got your cork soundproof room. Ah, okay. Maybe that's true. I wonder how that would work, Misanthropy says. Salty figures the more women he marries, the less each wife gets from him because he owes another woman. And I wonder if that's true. Like, each time you get married, like the first woman gets half of everything you have. And the second one gets half of what you have left, which is, so they only gets a fourth. And oh, that's a good one, Joe. I like that. You're married? Are you implying school is for fools? Are you implying that you're not faithful to your wife? Ah, I see. So you are pleasing your wife. Got it. Genius, you're very wealthy because you never married. That's probably smart. I'm not legally married, but I am. I don't know, maybe the government would think I'm legally married because I've been with David so long. Sometimes it's funny because I moved into this house, but David owns the house, and David says I can think of it as my house, but I don't always. So that's what I think is kind of funny. Why won't David get married? Maybe it's not David, maybe it's me. I don't really want to get married. I mean, David doesn't have his parents are no longer alive. So, it's not like his parents could come to a wedding. I think that actually has a big factor in it. And then when I did meet his parents were older and ill, so it wasn't like we wanted to plan a wedding or something like that. I think maybe I am technically, I don't know, Misanthropy, but I don't view it that way. Like, I view it as like you have your assets and I have my assets, but like, of course you can have my assets if something were to happen to me, but oh my goodness. That's a can of Coke is really large. Oh, well, I don't drink Coke. I don't know. Yeah, probably common law. You're right, genius. probably. Anyway, so I do try to avoid the news a little bit because I just think it's drags you down, or there's just so much misinformation out there. I don't really want to listen to it. I have heard that I guess one thing I do want to look at is the opening, because my friend said they had the golf course near her shut down, but then they opened it back up. So avoid useless news, but you have to understand what's going on. I know you helped me with that, but I don't believe a lot of stuff that David says is going on. You know, David will say, this is going on, I'm like, I don't think that's right. I mean, I might not watch the news, but I just don't believe that. He's like, well, if you watch the news, maybe. David and you agree with things? Okay. Many Washington parks are going to reopen. Let's see. I think this is what I'm going to look at. I should just go to I'll go to this one, News Tribune. Maybe I should do look at the press conference. So they're going to extend the stay-at-home order through May 31st to continue social distancing strategy. So there will continue a ban on public gatherings. But Washington businesses will reopen in 4 phases. Each phase will be separated by at least 3 weeks. Smaller counties not hit hard by COVID-19 will be able to apply to the State Department of Health for a variance from his order that will allow for more quickly moving to each next phase. The phases will require social distancing, unless your household members, and the use of personal protective equipment in a number of industries. So the first phase is May 5th. By mid-May, the state will allow retail curbside pickup, automobile sales, and car washes with social distancing restrictions. It will allow drive-in spiritual services with 1 household per vehicle. Additional expansions of outdoor recreational facilities. The second phase is expansion of outdoor recreational activities, including camping. Small gatherings of 5 people or less would be allowed, as well as new construction and in-store retail purchases with health restrictions. Barbershops and salons could reopen. That would be like 6 weeks down the road. Restaurants could reopen with 50% capacity and table size no larger than 5. Some professional services and offices could open up as well, even though telenetworking will remain strongly encouraged. Pet care services, including grooming, could resume. All right, so that's the second phase. So there's 4 phases. Gatherings, then the third phase would be gatherings of up to 50 people or less, including sports activities. They would be allowed, and non-essential travel would resume. Restaurants would move up to 75% capacity, bars at 25% capacity, gyms and movie theaters could reopen at 50% capacity, retails, libraries, museums, and government buildings could reopen. Recreational facilities such as pools could open at 50% capacity. That's like the third phase. Nightclubs and entertainment venues would still not be able to reopen. And the fourth phase would be the majority of public interactions would resume. Gatherings of more than 50 people would be allowed, but still while practicing social distancing. Nightclubs and entertainment venues would be able to reopen. I wonder about, like, he said that our return to normal will still not look the way things did before this virus until we have pharmaceutical interventions such as a vaccine. No one knows when that's going to happen. Inslee said, I don't think that's ever going to happen, but anyway. But it would mean bars, restaurants, and entertainment venues could return to allow the maximum licensed capacity of their venues, and we would resume unrestricted staffing of work sites, with the exception again that physical distancing should remain in place for the fourth phase. As of Thursday, Washington State had 14,637 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and 824 deaths. That's the most recent data from our State Department. I'm not explaining how to train a dog. I'm explaining the Washington State opening of business. He said 10 counties are eligible for reopening or applying to the Department of Health for reopening, which are Columbia, Garfield, Jefferson, Lincoln, Penn, Oriel, Skamania, Waukegan, Kittitas, Ferry, and Grace Harbor. It's so funny he didn't say Franklin County, which is Franklin County, Washington was one of those, like, we're going to open up. Anyway. They say Washington State has done better than many states our size with the same kind of population. They claim it could be as July when phase 4 begins. So it's like 3 weeks, the end of May. So now they're opening up some starting Monday. Or Tuesday. They're allowing retail curbside pickup. They already do that. Automobile sales and car washes. And spiritual drive-ins. I think you're right, Mr. Luscious Lion Ball thinks there's going to be another lockdown in the late fall. Dr. Fauci's already saying we'll probably have a second wave, yeah. I know Charlie is concerned about the constitutional rights being violated. He says they always want to take our rights away by saying it's for your protection. It's very similar to the war on terrorism and the Patriot Act. I hope there's not another lockdown. I hope you can move. Are you trying to move out of state, Miss Anthropy? And did I wonder if the they lifted restrictions in California. T. Tommy does not trust Fauci. And Misanthropy just wants to move somewhere with saner people. Two more California counties are going to defy the stay-at-home order. Rural California county hums back to life, defying the order. The California school year may start in July, Newsom saying. Huh. Maybe he's talking about those that have year-round school. Misanthropy is letting me know that flu season in the southern hemisphere has just begun. Interesting. Well, then maybe, Charlie, you can relate to David, because I think he thinks that I drink that Kool-Aid too. Oh, what? What? I did not know that, Mr. Luscious Lambo. Oh, Newsom extended it to May 31st too. That's what, did they do like they did it here? Where they're allowing certain things to reopen? It sounds like they have the same 4-stage plan as they do in Washington State.
All right, I'm good. I'll take over.
All right.
Okay. That milk sure has a lot of milk fat in it. I'll tell you, I put a little bit in my coffee. It's like butter.
I know, it's pretty amazing.
Wow. It's like got
Is
milk
it
fat
good
all
or
over.
not?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's good or
Hang on,
not.
I'll be right there. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, you should consider it. And if they ask you what you're doing, you could just say you're shopping or moving. Who cares? Shouldn't you move? Be able to move? Do you have another place lined up? Are you going to live in a trailer? What's your plan for your move? I would think, I mean, that's a risk he could take, but I think maybe the risk is worth it, Charlie. I don't like this part with Newsom's. He's schools and childcare facilities with adaptations, summer programs, and next year's school potentially starting sooner, like July or August. Like, is that because they want to prevent flu season? I think that's going to actually make it be a problem. Thanks, Alex. But I am taken. I agree, Charlie. I think that whole thing, like they're talking about concerts, convention centers at the ends, that's when schools need to be. I think they're, yeah, I know. I don't understand his wanting to have school earlier in July and August in California.
He wants to have it earlier in the day, or?
No, earlier in the year. Like he wants to start school in July and August for next year because he thinks like...
He has to wait till July?
No, not wait till July. Usually school doesn't start until late August, maybe September. And
yeah, he wants to start early?
It. Yeah.
That's ridiculous. People need their summer vacation.
Well, I mean...
Yeah, they're trying to slip real ID in as new DNA. Good point, yeah. It's not a hairpiece. Hang on. All right, so I'm gonna take over for Sarah. Thank you so much for showing me that. Yeah. Thanks for being here, Sarah.
So both Newsom and in California and Inslee said that it's going to extend till May 1st, but both of them, at least Inslee said certain things can open.
May 1st? What do you mean?
May 31st.
May 31st. Wow. So things can open, kind of.
But the Washington one put out a 4-stage plan, and each stage is about 3 weeks. And he didn't have anything about school, whereas Newsom has something about school in July and August, which is kind of weird. But anyway.
Huh. That's weird. Yeah, school in August. That's just so wrong. Yeah, even starting school in July it's just, you ruin your entire life. Well, it's safe to say that, let's going back in the timeline from when we know that the Wuhan virus was first identified. We know that the 4 markers of the Wuhan coronavirus have matched to the AIDS virus. So it's safe to say that the people that created the AIDS virus probably created the Wuhan virus. Now, that's not a guarantee, but it's a good, solid opinion I have. Yeah. Now, if you can find the bottom of the rung of these virus bioweapons labs, you'll find a lot of people who probably had access to this. So it may have been many people, but who has been committing genocide over the many years? Well, the people that perpetrated the World Trade Center. They got away with it. Nearly 3,000 people, seriously, have died. from whoever got away with that genocidal act. Yeah. That's my P.O. box, yeah. I cleared the chat just to make sure everybody got what they needed. Okay. You went to gifts? Good. So let's assume that this AIDS virus, which is designed to attack your immune system, is not the end of this. I did mow the lawn in a tie. Isn't that amazing? She told you I was mowing the lawn? Well, yeah, I try to get it in before the sun's down. And I did a scan of the entire area, and there were no problems with anybody coming near the house, so I got the go-ahead from my security force. I know. If you played the Aaron Rousseau video, I know it was this idiot Alex Jones did the interview, but Aaron predicted what is happening will happen. Yeah, we know. Aaron Rousseau had a conversation with one of the Rockefellers. They're the ones behind this virus. They did it during the Spanish flu. 100 million people died. Yeah, we have to realize that. Government Newscomb extended it to May 31st. Yeah, that's ridiculous. There's no reason for it. We need to open up the country now. Even the shutdown was foolish. All these governors have made terrible errors of logic. Terrible errors. It's beyond belief how stupid they are that they would listen to Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci, who've been already made fun of by countless biochemists out there now looking at their research. Everything that Fauci did was to suppress evidence. Everything. All the information we now know about vaccine dangers are very, very upfront. Yet we're fighting a battle in the streets and in the word of mouth telling people this. Because most people have no clue that, number one, the COVID ID is the chip, the mark of the devil. You Christians, you need to know that. It's already, we see it right there. It's 666. It's in the number itself. You can't help but see it. It's the cryptocurrency they want to use in the digital ID that they're going to use our banking with. They want to get rid of our dollar, folks. They want to attack our country, our nation, our bills. They want to get rid of our currency. These scumbag globalists want to take over our country, and they've got greedy people like Donald Trump who will do anything for, I guess, a cheap high. Yeah, looks like he's really into a cheap high. We saw his photograph. Yeah, we got some good ones of him. Buzzed. Trump is a puppet of the New World Order. So you're looking at the center of Uncle Sam's holding out on you. You're not getting what you deserve. We're going to give you $500 a month. Everybody in America, every adult will get that. Adult U.S. citizen. Illegals won't get the $500 per month. Okay? Or as you Democrats like the immigrants. Yes, we call them illegals here. Well, you know, we've got a great plan for a fantastic border fence, and that was an idea that Trump stole from me. The idea was hashed about in the 90s. Basically, Ross Perot supporters basically turned to Pat Buchanan and said, hey, what are we going to do? We've got a lot of illegal aliens. And we, my father and I, were talking about the fence idea. We said, we got to get a fence down there. We got to bring our troops back and rotate them at the border. Well, along comes Donald Trump, who never really wanted to build a fence. He really just wanted to appease you and tell you he's going to build a fence because it's a great idea. But he never came up with an idea like we have to build that fence. And yeah, we've got the 1,000 mile container wall right over here. Yeah, it's a fence, really. It's made out of containers all linked together. There's prongs, really big prongs that go right into the connectors of the base, and then you weld them shut, making them impervious to moving. I think Bill Nye is a sellout to the genetically modified food, Stormy. He's absolutely not scientific at all. Science tells me genetically modified food causes cancer. The work of Dr. Seralini and the GMOs shows me that rats have tumors after about 4 months. And he showed that Monsanto Bayer didn't actually test them past 3 months. So he took the same kind of rats Monsanto used, and he found that feeding them genetically modified corn caused tumors in almost every rat after 4 months. And he raised them all the way to 24 months. He saw tumors developing like this. So tumors are developing at 4 months, whereas Monsanto only tested rats from 0 to 3 months. So that's a really interesting study that really needs respect around the world. We can't just ignore that. So GMOs are definitely on my list. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen Joe Biden come out hard against the illegal entry. It was common back then. Yeah, 90s, everybody talked about it. So my father and I were discussing a border fence way back then. And in 2008, when I started this, I did the mapping. And I did the numbers. And everything looked right. The 1,000 miles configuration I put together, all the areas that were vulnerable made sense. So I was the first person to call it a 1,000-mile fence. And then 2016, all of our ideas pooled together. And I know other people have been talking about using containers at the border as well. All of our ideas pooled together created an amazing fence idea for only $1 billion. Now, our country is wasting $2.3 trillion on corporations right now, and we can't even build this because Donald is too high. Yeah. She's back. Did you like your dinner? Okay, so, yeah, he's a little too buzzed, and he doesn't really understand the Constitution because he doesn't know how to read it. Believe it or not, Donald Trump was asked to do a read for a voiceover for a movie that was being done of presidents reading the Constitution, and everybody on the set said, no, he can't read it. And even he said it was like a foreign language. The Constitution of the United States. So he really doesn't understand it. That's why he didn't give any leadership to our governors who absolutely are violating the Constitution by telling you to stay in your house like scared little rabbits. We have a God-given inalienable right to be pursuing our happiness. And the purpose of government is to aid us in that process. They're trying to take our happiness away. And a lot of you people, but David, the virus will spread. Just go to your local hospital and check to see if it's crowded. Every one of you who thinks that there's a big virus going on, just do a little drive-by on your way to the market when you do your essential shopping and check it out. Sarah was astonished. I took her there and there wasn't a car in the lot. She's like, what? Seriously, I had to literally take her there to make her understand they're faking the whole COVID thing. It's all fakery. I wish it was a simpler process, but it's just we've been lied to. And then on top of it, this guy who's completely out of it hires a dog breeder to run its coronavirus task force. Why did he hire a dog breeder? He breeds these like large terrier poodles. Well, the reason why he hired a dog breeder, and I finally figured this out, I know this is almost ridiculous, but the guy has experience with RFID chips in dogs. The dog breeder does. That's his qualification. He knows how to RFID chip dogs. Yeah, woof woof. So, I think we've got a match. He hired a dog breeder who breeds the dogs that have the same color hair as his hair. For the coronavirus task force. I'm not making it up, folks. Here's the link. Brian Harrison is his name, and I gladly tell you more about it, but this is like hard to figure, yeah. So these guys who do dog breeding, they all RFID chip their dogs, right? So probably Donald Trump said, does he know anything about RFID chipping? I know that Bill Gates, who I have a lot of respect for, is planning on the COVID thing. Okay. So we're going to connect the two. That's probably why he hired him, because they want to tag and bag ID you like a dog. Okay? All right. Most rescue dogs have chip implants. Exactly. And that's what they want to do to us. They've already got the whole thing set up. So do you want to sit there and just wait for them to do it? We'll just kind of like kill some time here. Okay. I've already mapped out my plan to actually take a wonderful trip to the Arctic Ocean in a Kontiki. Yes, I'm planning on building a Kontiki out of plastic straws from all the straws that were recycled from the Seattle area. I'm never leaving my house. No, I leave my house all the time. I don't know. I'm kind of doing civil disobedience because I'm taking trips, going down and enjoying myself, burning some gas. Yeah. Yeah, we absolutely have to do daily shopping, essential foods, things like that. Once a week at least. No, my state allows me to go anywhere I want. Where are you getting this garbage? There's no police presence here right now. Well, they're afraid to come to my area because of all the people that are heavily armed. I'm not heavily armed. As you can see, I only have a couple BB guns. But there are a lot of people in our area that they literally bought out all the shotguns. I went looking for a couple double barrel shotguns. I couldn't find them yesterday, but they're all sold out. Yeah, every single shotgun's been sold out in my area. It's not like they want to come to my area anyway. We've already got 7 different police forces here. We got the CIA, the NSA, the Navy Police, that's State Patrol, local sheriff, Oak Harbor Sheriff, and Game and Warden Game and Warden, Fish and Game. He carries a revolver. Yeah. Where are you, Chicago? You got shootings every hour where you are? Wow. Criminals going nuts? Well, that's the thing. If criminals are going nuts, cops aren't going to go running in and enforcing your mayor's dictum. And boy, you got a real mayor in Chicago. Oh my gosh. Lightfoot? Light in the loafer, I would say. Mayor Lightfoot is got absolutely no handle on what's happening. Her relationship with the police is about the only thing that this woman has going for her. That's right. I don't believe that she'll have a very strong hand in managing the gang problem in Chicago. So I'm going to be putting together a contingency of high-level, metropolitan experts to try to deal with the problem without bringing in the National Guard. She's not going to be able to handle what's coming. She's way over her head. So as president, I will proceed with a plan to help young people integrate more with local law enforcement. That's one way to get kids more in tune with, having a local guy in the area as opposed to a gang member that's going to look out for them. There will be some areas the gangs will be, obviously dealing. They're going to set up recreational marijuana stores all over Chicago. They already are. So that's going forward. And the gangs have to understand that their turf is very important to them. And nobody wants to take away their turf either. That's one of the things about legalized marijuana that's so successful. It really consolidates the turf in areas like Chicago for a lot of the people involved. Unlike Donald Trump, who's a little bit, zoned out on his own. We don't know what's going on. Yeah. Admiral Ekbar, yeah. I just don't think she's qualified to lead the Chicago people. She's a terrible, makes decisions really bad. Wanting to bring in illegal immigrants on top of an already volatile situation. We saw what happened in Minnesota, Rochester. You got Somalians who dislike Nigerians, who dislike inner city blacks who left Chicago. It's a really bad mix, and I understand where everyone's coming from. I do. Nobody likes each other. It's not like blacks have any hesitation about racism toward each other. It's very common. People are racist in general because they're protecting what they believe is right. We have a common ingredient. That's why when we took over the Native Americans, they were already fighting each other when we got here. The white man is not to be blamed for everything. We're all part of the same human experience, the human race, if you will. So as we try to deal with everybody's problems, we're now in a common ground for all of us. We virtually have a common need to stop the elitists from killing all of us. This is a uniting factor, not a dividing factor. The racism is what the elites use to divide us. That's all BS. It shouldn't. It does exist. We know it exists, but it shouldn't be the thing here. We all have a common need to survive. And these people who are elite, who control our puppets that run our entire country, who are very easily buyable, by the way, the elites know they like money, and they'll do whatever they can for money. So.
I got a bunch of money too.
Oh, I like money. Yeah. I like money, though. I like money. I like money.
I like money.
Can't believe you like money, too.
So here she is mouthing the words of the New World Order, the henchmen of the New World Order. Here she is.
Cite you, and if we need to, now I've directed Superintendent Brown to order all police districts to give special attention to these parties. And this is how it's going to be. We will shut you down. We will cite you. And if we need to, we will arrest you and we will take you to jail. Period. There should be nothing unambiguous about that. Don't make us treat you like a criminal. But if you act like a criminal and you violate the law and you refuse to do what is necessary to save lives in the city in the middle of a pandemic, we will take you to jail. Period.
First of all, we're not in the middle of a pandemic if our president doesn't support the group that called it a pandemic. Okay? Number one, if Donald doesn't want to support that group, and you know who I'm talking about, we're not going to take this as a pandemic. So if she thinks we're in a pandemic, no, we're not, because our president doesn't even consider it a pandemic. I mean, look at him. Does he care about this being a pandemic? Hell no, he doesn't care. So, second of all, we all have the First Amendment right to assembly. You can't deny that of any Chicago person to assemble. So she's totally wrong there. I will be prosecuting her in criminal court for doing this in 2021. We will actually hold her accountable for violating the Constitution in Chicago. We will. I promise you that. I'm not going to allow this person to deny you your right to walk outside your house, for crying out loud. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Now, you guys in Philadelphia, you're in a different situation. You know, you guys are, one thing I learned from the cities of New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, DC, I've been to all the cities up there, Boston. Whew, I can tell you one thing. The people are really gritty, and they're survivors. And sometimes they're tough, really tough. And you know, she wants to act tough, running around with her police brigades, arresting people, that's on her, but that's a mistake. Pushing people who are already desperate, and now I understand there's food shortages out there, not a good move. Does she really want to remain mayor? I mean, her behavior is almost outrageous, violating the constitutional rights of the citizens of Chicago over some fictitious COVID blowout, which has clearly been driven by fake statistics, clearly, and we've shown you time and time again. Simply look at the statistics here. Yeah, it's amazing. The COVID stats, they padded these from May or April 4th to April 11th. You see how it went from 8,876 down to 5,305. That's a radical drop. Oh, by the way, 3,542 people got COVID. So they just pulled stats from that to give that number and to create this number. It's like they were borrowing from Peter to pay Paul throughout the entire statistical obvious lie. So you can look at this as from the CDC.gov. They're lying right before your very eyes. They're taking anybody who gets sick and calling it a COVID outbreak so that this bitch can stand there and take away your rights and your freedoms that you Chicagoans deserve. We're in an economic unity here. All of us who are now suffering the mindset of an idiotic leadership set among the Democrats, Republicans that have been mismanaging our government so long, we now have to start seizing the reins of government and unite in the middle of this center of the political spectrum. And I don't care what color we are. It doesn't matter. We all have a common goal to survive now. These people want to kill us. They want to inject us with needles filled with poisons that Dr. Mikovits has been very clear about. I mean, this woman spent years researching this, PhD. All her research was stolen by Dr. Fauci, the man who's pitching this BS story about COVID-19. Listen what she said.
This COVID-19 is covering up 40 years of we put all these viruses and drove these pandemics through populations. Contagious cancer. Look at the exploding cancer rates. Look at Lou Gehrig's. We have bucket challenges, and all we ever knew was Lou Gehrig. You know, look at the environmental toxins, not just the viruses, but the aluminum, the formaldehyde, these mandated vaccines, that all liability was removed when Tony Fauci stood next to Ronald Reagan in 1986. So what it makes me feel when I look at that TV, you know, I can't even describe the horror. Why are these people, Robert Redfield, all these people, everyone knew they committed these crimes in the 80s. This code.
There you go. So she said it, and you know, all we can say is they did it for the money, right? I like money too, huh? Exploding cancer is a cancer rate that's exploding right now. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma is increasing like crazy. Paul Allen died recently of that. That's partly the pesticides and the herbicides. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma has been connected to a massive amount of Roundup in our groundwater. Believe it or not, it's not cool to use Roundup. It's dangerous, carcinogenic based on California studies. There is hope left for society. I started out when I was 7 years old with the belief that terrible cynicism. I suffered from cynicism. I did. I know. But when I was 7 years old, I remember my conversation with the guy who was doing my cut, my barber Bert. I'll never forget my barber Bert. My dad took me to get my hair cut, and I'm sitting there talking about, you know, DDT in the groundwater and pesticides and how it's all going to kill us. I mean, I was kind of like a little Greta Thunberg when I was 7. And I was just talking about how we're just destroying the earth and poisoning this, that. And I kept saying it over and over again. And I still am shocked that people still don't understand that what we're doing right now is really killing the earth. But it's not just our fault. It's the fault of the people that made all their money off of us. Bert the Barber, yeah. And it spelled it B-E-R-T too. He just said, "You are the most cynical kid I've ever seen." When I was 7 years old, I said, "Yeah, well, take it or leave it. It's life on this earth now. It's a hellhole, buddy." But I possessed that cynicism back then, and then I gradually became more aware. And you know, opening up this show has helped me become more aware. And I realized exactly the problem and who's behind it. We are dealing with a group of people that are virtual Satanists at the top of the UN. The Lucis Trust Fund, an organization of Luciferians, they literally worship Satan. So, I mean, as much as it seems black and white, evil and good, it is. It is exactly what you think it is. We are literally fighting people that worship Lucifer. When we're stopping this, the people that spread this virus, like I said, probably the same people that created AIDS, the New World Order. The same kind of a drug. It has the same markers the coronavirus does. Yes, I use skin protectant all the time. I use a hat when I go outside. Definitely. Oh yeah. I don't trust whatever they're spraying in the air is not blocking the sun. It's not blocking the sun. It's not actually. They're not replacing the ozone layer. They think they are, but they're not. I know. Well, we want to get our country rolling again, and I've got a brand new idea for the parks called the Civilian Conservation Corps. I call it the new CCC because that name was created by our wonderful FDR, our socialist liberal president. And I would like to use that one idea, not the green idea. The whole Green New Deal idea, that would cost $60 trillion. I want to use that concept to actually get people jobs, open up our national parks to tiny home villages. That's the thrust of the idea. A tiny house village could be easily constructed in our national parks and would offer young people a place to live and a future. And I anticipate tiny house villages throughout all of our national parks. This is something the government's going to step into. What does it mean? It means having a community where people are, they're not required to be a certain way. It accepts anybody. But it gives people a chance to actually get a job working in the Park Service and actually build their own future in a small village that they could call home for the rest of their life. All across the nation, in every national park, we'll open up these large swaths of land with keeping the trees intact. As many big trees as we can, and we'll open up roadways, gravel roadways, and offer people hookups and septic solutions. Possibly, either a group septic system, or maybe even just go with the old dig a hole and until we figure out what to do. David, would you blame Nazis for what they did, or would you accept that they were just taking orders? I would blame Nazis for what they did, yeah, because I blame the henchmen of this New World Order right now. We all see what's happening. They're trying to subjugate human beings, and we're seeing it right in front of our eyes, so I blame all of us for allowing it to happen. Well, we have group septics in my area that handles about 45 units. They're very easy to construct. Yeah, so every one of the lots would have a group septic drop, so you'd basically have your sewer covered. Your water would be a water catchment, or we would offer a central water bladder that you could draw water from. Maybe even a well. If a well is possible, I think we could do a well. That's the way to go. That's the sustainable way to go. Well, everyone who's abiding by the lockdown and not civil disobeying is really kind of the problem. They're kind of like the Germans were back in the Nazi times when the Jews were hauled off to the concentration camps. There are people being pulled out of their house right now. I showed you the article in Oregon. Yeah, that's pretty serious. Anyway, Donald Trump is he's the person who's representing this person, or the people that descended from this person. This is the person that actually did all the damage during the Spanish flu, John D. Rockefeller. The people that have the control over our government pretty much are the Rockefellers, and have for years. The Rothschilds use the Rockefellers as their administrator, so to speak. But the Rothschilds really own the backing of the Rockefellers. And John D. Rockefeller, he basically worked for the Rothschilds. He was their, in America we thought this guy was the worst person on earth. My father said, yeah, he was hated. And for a good reason. Do you speak Spanish? No español. But the fact is he was hated for so many reasons. He tried to create a monopoly with Standard Oil, virtually becoming the only oil producer, only gas producer in the country. And they had to come in and monopoly bust the guy. His family and he were responsible for the Spanish flu and the killing of 100 million people with vaccines. I don't see how you can ignore that. It's huge. I remember reading about this in a history class when I was in grade school, and remember reading that the influenza B virus was submitted by the Rockefellers, and it destroyed the vaccine base, and it killed 100 million people. It infected 500 million, but killed 100 million people. So they're really up to it again. They've got their new puppet with Bill Gates. That's a big problem. Now, Bill Gates, obviously the Gates family knows the Rockefellers. They're very close. We talked about that many times. Now they've got the Rockefeller family here. Bill Gates' father, William Gates, standing with David Rockefeller Jr. Now they're doing the same thing again, exact same thing, to try to take down the human race. I'm just telling you what's going on, folks. This is what happened historically. I'm only citing facts, okay? And now we've got their henchman, Bill Gates, to do their bidding. The new face, and he was literally catapulted to fame when his dad got a good deal with Rockefeller. and they turned him on to an IBM purchase of operating systems for the IBM PCs. It got him $90 million to start with, and that was all when he took a guy's operating system. Yeah, the KPM or the CPM operating system that Gary Kildall created. A guy who was way more intelligent than Bill Gates, way more capable, a real programmer. Bill Gates was not even a good coder. This guy, Gary, was fantastic. He took his idea, bought a bootleg copy of the program, CPM, and took it to the IBM group and sold it to him for $45. And they said, or actually gave it to him. And they said, well, could you get us more? And he said, well, yeah, Gary's got it. But Gary wanted $240 per unit. They wanted $2 million. So IBM made the deal, and Gates' father got this whole thing to make it happen because of his connection to the Rockefellers. These people are not kidding around, man. They've got total control. And if you want this same thing to happen under John D. Rockefeller, you'll be looking at the same thing under our current, Bill Gates. You know where this is going, right? Yeah, I know. It gets weird. So is Bill Gates the reincarnation of John D. Rockefeller? That's a good question. I don't know. Could be. Yeah. He has the same kind of maniacal gaze about him, Almost looking past you. And did you see the things that he said recently? Oh my gosh. This is worth watching. Well, we have one woman that spoke out at BBC and made this statement. We played it earlier. This is part of the vaccine plan to inject the vaccine, to inject the virus in all of us, just like they did during the Spanish flu, and they killed 100 million people.
Know that we haven't infected enough of the population with this virus. So we know that we haven't infected enough of the population with this virus.
Whatever that means, we're not really sure. Yeah, I can't figure that out. Steve Jobs is gone. Yeah, Steve Jobs bucked the whole bunch of them. Steve Jobs did not like the elites. In fact, Steve Jobs was put on the #1 watch list, top 100 watch list by the FBI. But listen to what Bill Gates said, and this is perhaps a slip of the tongue, or maybe not. Maybe he meant it. But he really did say he's producing child deaths. Let's take a look.
Improving the nutrition. So it's a chance, things like reducing childhood death and a chance for us to share things like reducing childhood death and improving the nutrition. So it's a chance for travel to Africa, meet with scientists. We see a lot of things that are going very well, things like reducing childhood death and improving the nutrition. So
he's going to Africa and producing childhood death. It's going very well. So these people really are eugenicists. They really do want to get rid of the population. So we got a lot to worry about, folks. They're the ones with all the money, and we're the ones without any power. So if you don't think there's a problem here with a president who simply wants to do whatever he's told, we got a big problem here. Yeah, he wanted to get rid of people, depopulate. Yeah, get rid of people. You heard what I heard. Produce child deaths. Yeah. Yep. Bill is doing that. No, I think you're wrong, Shumas. I don't know why you would donate a lemon to me, because I believe that Bill Gates is trying to poison the human race. And if you're so stupid as to think that Bill Gates, the same person that believes the earth is overpopulated, wants to save your life with a vaccine, then there's something wrong with you. And we've already seen Bill Gates virtually paralyze 496,000 kids in India. For the past 17 years, and we can thank Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for this, for the past 17 years, Bill Gates has been trying to get involved with the Indians' vaccination program. He insisted they use 50 polio vaccines into every child. Consequently, 496,000 children are paralyzed the rest of their life. Just let that sink in. And then tell me you really like Bill Gates and you think he's really helping. Plus, let me repeat, this virus cannot have a vaccine. It's got a mutation in it that's constantly mutating. There's over 44 variants of this virus. Your body has a better chance of fighting it individually than collectively. Even the concept of herd inoculation or herd immunity is absurd because it's mutating. You can never have herd immunity when something's mutating. So these people, in their effort to create the ultimate bioweapon, screwed up. They have an RNA mutating virus which will never ever have a vaccine. So if they tell you they got a vaccine, they're lying. They're trying to deliver other bad things inside the vaccine, like dangerous viruses, like that Judy Mikovits was saying, like potential problems, like, we've got trying to DDoS me, I see that. But potentially putting cancer-causing agents in the viruses. And that's not the end of it. They want to install smart chips in these vaccines, little smart chips that have RFID chips in your bloodstream. Seriously, they want to track us like we're game, like we're animals to be targeted. I'm glad you eat raw salad. That's good. Well, you know, if you like vegetables raw, it takes a special guy to eat raw salads. Parsable. I like a little balsamic vinaigrette on my salad, but I got to tell you, I'm a big salad eater. My grandfather called it rabbit food. He didn't like salads. He only liked cooked beans. You know, like green beans and things. That's all he would eat. Maybe some lima beans. But that's about it. I remember having my grandfather over for dinner a few times. He would not touch the salad. Well, it's rabbit food. I won't eat rabbit food. We are being DDoSed. Whenever I tell you about the dangerous vaccines with all the cancer-causing things in them, we get DDoSed. Is Ivanka a party girl? Okay, let's take a look. Party. Wow, hubba hubba. Ivanka with Paris Hilton. You go, girl. She looks a little buzzed like her dad too. Yeah. I think we may have a buzz going here. Yeah. Just like her dad. Well, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, dude. Okay, getting back to the other thing. Taser-wielding NYPD cop punches a bystander during social distancing bust. Oh, nice. Who doesn't want to see this on Sanctuary Sunday? Hallelujah. Oh, man, this is terrible.
Move the fuck back. What are you flexing for? Don't flex. When you lost up too. Look. He ain't even do nothing.
Whoa.
He ain't even do nothing. Look. He ain't even do nothing. He ain't even do nothing. He's pussy.
Whoa, look at that's a headlock. You can't do that to somebody. That's totally illegal what that man just did. That cop would be in jail. I would imprison that cop. We would get him under, oh yeah, that cop would be going to jail. That cop would be spending the rest of his life in jail if he did this all the time. We're seeing some serious bad stuff going on in our cities right now with no leadership from this drug addict of a president we've got. Yeah, that's what's going on. Oh, I was willing to hold back until he decided to cozy up with the archdeacon of evil and become the New World Order puppet president. I was actually, okay, we'll back off. But Donald Trump now wants to stick you with a needle. He said so himself. He wants to stick the American people with a needle. He thinks that's perfectly okay. I guess I lost it. Okay, so let's move on. Yeah. By the way, John D. Rockefeller was the king of the big pharma industry. Now they want to stick you with needles. Thank you. Yeah, well, I'm trying to inform people what's going on and how they killed 100 million people during 1918 with their influenza B virus. I don't like this at all. No, I'm very upset. And our president is such an idiot. He thinks he can shut down our economy? Really?
And we took the greatest economy in the history of the world and we closed it in order to win this war.
What war? You go to your hospitals, folks. Drive to your hospital, check out the parking lot. If you got to see it with your own eyes, this is not fake news on the internet, folks. You can go film your hospital, hashtag film your hospital, check it out right now. You'll see there's nobody there. Yeah. Hey there, Humpty Dumpty Trumpty. Let's take a look. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, he loves to eat. This guy doesn't even understand what a good diet is. That's another thing about Donald and Dr. Fauci. They're not talking about helping any of you stay healthy. He endorses all this terrible food products that he's eating. It's crazy. He's never, ever, ever preached the gospel of good, healthy eating. Ever. He won't discuss the dangers of genetically modified food. Yeah. Oh, we got Hollywood people telling about the eco-van? Okay. Will Smith. All right, we'll look at Will Smith later. Yeah. I'm not sure. Is that safe for children? Okay, I'll look at that later. Thank you. It's time for... Last night we opened up the Howdy Doody show. So yeah, the family of this guy who killed basically 100 million people, they're working on a new vaccine. Yeah, it's coming. Problem is they can never build it, and it'll be just as bad as influenza B. I mean, this is a bad dude, man. You can't expect anybody to be liking this guy, right? Well, his family, they want to live down the fact that their family did this.
I have made a point of poisoning everyone on Earth for centuries, and I will do it again. You cannot stop me. I have all the money in the world, and I control the demons on Earth.
Yeah, isn't that kind of weird? Looks like the devil, yeah, I mean, come on. That's as close to the devil as you'll ever find on Earth, hell yeah. I hate to even do an impersonation of the guy. It's freaky. Freaky, man. All I'm saying is the only person that you could ever imagine with this mentality is Bill Gates. But then you got other people too. You got a whole cadre of people like Jacob Rothschild. Would you like to go to the depopulation room? Yeah, this is where it's all done. By the way, stay indoors. You don't know what they're spraying you. Yeah, there's no way you'll never know what they're spraying you. People say, yeah, I don't understand why the people are wearing masks. Yeah, I hate those chemtrails, man. Yeah. But why are people wearing masks, dude? Yeah, well, you wonder. Anyway, their goal is to just create chemtrails, 5G, vaccines, RFID, and they're really not testing any of these for safety anymore. So we're never going to get a real answer as to how safe these are because they don't test it for safety. They've made a point of never testing these for safety. Capiche? Okay. Capiche? Yeah, so they're not going to worry about the safety of the chemtrails you're going to spray on your head. You know what I'm talking about? They really don't care. But actually, the problem with the Rothschild family is they've had to roll out Agenda 21 early. And now many people are reeling from the reality that there's something wrong with the way it's being deployed. You see, the chemtrails have not delivered the necessary dose of vaccine, aerial spraying of attenuated viruses, necessary to mass pollute the population. We expected many more people in the hospitals, so we failed to dose the population properly. So while we are deploying the dangerous 5G radiation, installing it in schools around the country, we have this puppet president who simply does what we're told. Yes. What is told to him. So the big plan really is to take out all of you because you're taking up space. And we don't need you anymore. We can replace you with automation. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Ha 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 ha. And of course we own Russia. We own Vladimir Putin. He's a very greedy man, you know, just like your President Trump. And we own China. Xi Jinping, he wants so greatly to be the #1 currency in the world that we've lured him into our snare. And therefore we can impose upon his will to spread the virus as we see fit. All right. I just wanted to, touch base. I sometimes go to the depopulation room to kind of unwind. Again, Bill Gates is promoting GMO vegan diet, not organic, right? Yeah, he's all for aspartame too. I wouldn't doubt Bill Gates uses saccharin in his cups of coffee. It's like, give me some more of that Sanka with the saccharin in it. Well, when you do 14-hour shows every day for 49 days, it gets a little skittish, you know? It's kind of fun, but it's not that fun. He literally looked like a corpse and he warmed over. Exactly. So yeah, there's a big problem. We're all facing it, and it's going to be happening in our streets. But you all have a toolkit to work with. I like these amendments the best. Obviously, freeing slaves was a very important amendment. But prior to the 13th Amendment, there was another 13th Amendment, and that was actually much better than the 13th Amendment in some ways. It's a shame they got rid of it. Prior to the Civil War, the 13th Amendment for over 45 years was they would never allow lawyers to become politicians and run for office. If you were an attorney, you could not run for office in the United States for over 45 years. And for good reason. Obviously, like during Andrew Jackson's time, we had a wonderful president with Andrew Jackson. He actually kept the Federal Reserve from even existing. Oh yeah, he did everything he could to stop a central bank. And then what did they do? They put his face on a $20 bill, printed out of their debt notes. But this man was almost a rock of strength. He killed like 14 men in duels. He was the paragon of physical stamina, capability, and strength. We have Andrew Jackson to thank for a lot of his work, truly. He literally created the Democratic Party. Not that that's a good thing, but I mean, it was the beginning of an era of what would have been our own sovereignty, our national sovereignty. as opposed to what happened with the Democratic Party is they buckled and let Woodrow Wilson in, and he signed the Federal Reserve Act into law, which undermined everything that Andrew Jackson did to stop a central bank from owning us. But John D. Rockefeller was obviously, later and used his mental, his desire for control and dominance over the financial sector to whittle away at the work that Andrew Jackson had put in place. And gradually, obviously, the Federal Reserve was formed. Yeah, maybe the Democratic Party was a good thing back when Andrew Jackson was our president. He's one of my favorite, truly. I have my favorite top guy, because he was alive when I was alive, was John F. Kennedy. I had a chance to see him speak live as a kid. Yeah. Every time I think of John F. Kennedy, I kind of get sad. It hurts me to think that he was just snuffed out, and all of you people are sitting here going, yeah, well, whatever, Dave, who cares? It hurts me to think that the man was killed by the mob, and they never caught the perpetrators that got him. I don't really have anything special for day 50. Tomorrow's going to be the 50th day of shut-in. I never thought it would last this long. I never would have imposed a shutdown of the economy. Big mistake. Worst mistake of Donald Trump's history as our failed president. But you people who are now finding out that your President Trump wants to force vaccinate you must be a little bit upset. And that he wants to stick you with a chip, an RFID chip. That must make you a little upset. So I'm going to wait for you people on the right to get your act together and come to my centrist position and fight for your rights. Okay? Yeah, it's really sunny. I'm getting a big tan right now. Okay, you see my skin yellowing as time goes on? It's the ultimate tan, really. I only use about 35 watts of energy in here. It's a good snowman cup. I only use about 35 watts of energy total to do the show, along with 400 watts in a computer. But we're really under 450 watts to do the show per. I don't tell anybody my favorite color because that's something they ask people on, banking documents. So I don't tell people that. Right, I don't want to give you any clever ways to, find out banking information. Oh yeah, remember this. What we should all be doing right now, COVID-19 rules to live by. The sad thing is Sarah did the same skit, and they totally censored her show. This is pretty good. I'll play it tonight after our show.
Yeah, I really don't understand why everybody isn't following the same rules right now. They're very clear, so let's take a minute and let's go over them again. First, you must not leave the house for any reason, unless of course you have a reason, and then you may leave the house.
I like the way she delivers it. I will say this is a very good skit. She does, you're right. Yeah, I can see you. Do you see a resemblance between her and the woman you were just with that you paid for? Yeah, that's hilarious.
All stores are closed except those.
Live leak, you got something for me? Okay. That's just hilarious. She's really funny. But of course, she read a script right out of Reddit, so it's not that funny. Kind of funny, but not that funny. Anyway, I'm sorry I had to play you that violence on the guy getting tasered. Now, you know that the Chinese are using this time to profit take, right? Oh yeah, they're trying to make money off of our ailing stock market out of they hit us with the COVID fake New World Order virus. China's in on the whole thing. Oh yeah, the New World Order, that's why they're catapulting, they're volleying their success right now. They're going to buy Texas oil fields in a $1.3 billion deal. Look at this. You see what's happening? This is the New World Order. Yep. They shelled out $1.3 billion to buy giant oil fields in Texas. They were working on it last year. There was a big fire in one of those locations, but Peach Chi, what is your deal? I don't wear wigs. This is my real hair. I wear wigs on Wig Wednesday. I did this Wig Wednesday. It's pretty cool. Harder, Dad, harder? What the hell's your problem, Peachy? You got some serious issues there. I'm not your dad. Yeah, so we got that to deal with, and which is more fun than shake a stick at. I don't even want to listen to Gavin Newsom's 4-stage plan to get California open. We'll be listening to Reverend Danny Jones tonight, a 29-minute video. We're going to talk about, what he thinks is going on. And yeah, this is a service. It's a Sanctuary Sunday service, I guess.
And we've watched this mystery of iniquity in our time. For at least the last 100 years, billionaire bankers and businessmen have been trying to sell the world on a one-world government.
Yeah, he's going to tell it to you right straight up. All you Christians can realize that Donald Trump is working for the New World Order, the one-world government. And I thank Danny Jones for at least going out on his pulpit and speaking out. In this case, we're going to break the rules and no religious tonight. If you're preaching against the New World Order, you're preaching my religion, even though I don't have one. And we saw Gavin Newsom get a reaction from a skydriver.
At least a couple of thousand, what appeared to be an enormous crowd of people protesting the stay-at-home order being issued here in California, an order that was extended by Governor Gavin Newsom until May 31st as the chopper reporter for our, here we see, this is a flyover here of a plane. We're close to 6 feet away from each other, and here we have the banner plane that is flying, and the message behind that negatively depicted photo, nowhere close to 6 feet away from each other, and here we, and perhaps more.
They wouldn't even play it. The guy tried to get it out of there. It has Gavin Newsom looking like Adolf Hitler. That's funny. Okay, so what's the country going to be like in the future when we do ramp it up? All right. No, I never met Gavin. He looks like a guy who'd be doing blow, and I never did blow. Okay, I'm not like Barack Obama. I didn't do crack either. Yeah. All right. Now, if you, thank you. Crack is whack. Speed kills. If you analyze where we're headed in the future, we're going toward renewable energy jobs. We're going toward a more sustainable balance with the environment. We're going to be probably all able to learn to live on less. For real. I mean, even you people in your high-rise apartments with your expense accounts, you'll have to deal with maybe possibly rent control. You don't want to keep paying more and more, do you? And more property taxes? Hello? So something like lower cost living. That'll be the future of sustainability for America. We're also going to be training people in jobs that robots just can't do, like installing solar panels or being an EMT at the mobile medical units. Many of you will want a vacation on the blimp plane because it's a 10-hour trip to your destination, and you can meet people and hang out with your significant other and enjoy maybe even a private two-person room on board the plane. There's all kinds of things that are going to be opening up to a vista of opportunity for people to work online, because I'll be taking over companies like Google and obviously Amazon. Monopoly busting will be a big part of what this new future of America will be all about. Getting those big high corporate jobs broken down into lower cost for basically lower, I guess you'd call it individual incomes of about $36,000 per year. Now, I know that may not seem a lot, but $3,000 a month will be a standard in America. The pension plans for all government employees will be reduced to a set number very similar to that. We can't possibly meet the requirements of our state budgets that are currently way out of whack, like California, when they want to give away $105,000 per year to a standard lifeguard that is only worked till the age of 51 and then collects $105,000 a year. It's not sustainable. So all of the pension plans across the nation will be readjusted. That'll be the future. Meaning many more people making $3,000 a month, a lot less people making $350,000 a year. Okay? Getting control over this rampant spending the Democrats have been doing will be a big part of my first year as president. We're going to be sending a letter to all the governors and getting them on board, even put a governor's convention together where I can speak with them personally and talk about fiscal saving plans for their state, custom for their state. Also some generic cuts in the budget, like the cost of our assessors. Our assessors' offices charge millions of dollars for nothing. You can get the same service from realtor.com, just punch in the square footage of your home, its location, and you'll have an assessed value. So why are we wasting money on certain offices at the county level? Prison systems, huge waste of money, huge. Lower amount of prisoners with low-level drug offenses. Hardly anybody will be in jails that have done nothing, no capital crimes. Capital crimes will remain in jail. They have a reason to be in jail. But anybody no capital crimes will be slowly released in a staged, methodical manner. Less brutality. Cops who are trained in sensitivity training, who, if they engage in that, not only will their severance packages be cut, their retirement funds will be no longer able to be accessed. So if a cop does violate laws, and it's 3 people that have to do it to, if they hurt 3 people and we can quantify it and put them in front of a grand jury, we will pull their entire retirement plan and their any kind of excess fund that they have for getting out. We will fire them. They'll be done. Over. CPS, Child Protective Services, also part of our new plan to get sensitivity training for cops. A lot of cops will be more inclined to, I'm working on it, Yender. Yeah, I'm working on it. A lot of cops will be inclined to not be violent, and instead be more trained toward helping families, including the children. So CPS workers probably won't exist much longer. We're probably going to phase CPS out by 2021 and bring in domestic support from the local law enforcement. The Realtor.com does not get their assessed value from assessors' offices, no. They're using an algorithm. Would you like me to hook you up with Realtor.com people and get you aligned with their algorithm? If they had to scrape every assessed value of every house, it would be a waste of time. Seriously. I'll be working on it. I said tonight I'm going to be working on ATP merchandise. I got so tired last night I couldn't even wake up. Cyclist berated by CNN's Cuomo speaks out at Tucker Carlson. Yeah, I heard about that. We played that the other night. Part of doing a 14-hour show a day, we get to, play the same things over and over again.
Well, after he tested positive for the coronavirus, which was a scary moment, and we sent our sympathy at the time, CNN's Chris Cuomo started broadcasting his show from his basement. And from his basement, he delivered firm orders to all Americans: stay home, no matter what.
All right, so while most Americans are staying inside, or should be, right, if they're not out protesting like fools, they're not happy about being told.
Out protesting like fools. See how he said that? Then they got the guy who approached him saying, "What the hell are you doing outside?" The guy actually walked right up to him, and he just couldn't believe that Chris Cuomo was outside when he should have been, self-isolating.
It's Chris Cuomo. I'm fairly outspoken, and I just said, don't you have the coronavirus? Shouldn't you be quarantined? And I think his next words were, what the hell do you know about this? What do you know about the rules?
Anyway, the guy, basically Cuomo attacked this bicyclist, and this guy is a decent guy. I mean, even Tucker Carlson made it clear that he seems like a nice guy.
Listen, I think you have a really good point. And David, I appreciate your coming on tonight, and I hope you're not sick. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll play that tonight. Thank you. Yeah, whatever this woman meant when she said this, I still don't know.
that we haven't infected enough of the population with this virus. So for any lifting of any lockdown to be successful, we need not only to be able to test healthcare workers, but also to track and trace patients. We know that we...
So she says we haven't infected enough people with the virus, so we have to keep testing. I have no idea what the hell she's talking about. It's like she's spreading the virus and she's testing in order to spread the virus. I mean, it's weird. It's a BBC release. If you want to play it for yourself, it's 1 minute long. Really good link. This is BBC. She slips up. It says we didn't infect enough populations. I'm not kidding. Okay, I'll add it to the link library. Thanks.
Welcome to my scientifically informed.
I'm not sure if that's appropriate for our show. Does it describe Donald Trump's drug addiction? Because I'm really only focusing on tonight on Sanctuary Sunday. We're focusing on evil inherent in the minds of people that want to, do weird things with Jeffrey Epstein, like Bill Gates, who spent secret time with Jeffrey Epstein on his island, like Bill Gates. Focus on that. People who have an absolute intent to hurt people, like the Rockefellers when they killed 100 million people in 1918. Yeah, you heard me. Finding out all the details about that, that's kind of our focus tonight, okay? Evildoers, all right? Thanks. Anyone who wants to infect more people are definitely on the list. Hiring a dog breeder, we covered that. Yep, Donald Trump hired a dog breeder to lead his task force. It doesn't take a lot to know what we're dealing with, folks. I mean, this is clearly obvious that Trump wants to be... Yeah. So let's just basically call it what it is. Our nation is being taken over. They've been camping out here long enough. Now they just want to seize control. You know it. Oh, yeah. I bet Trump misses Studio 54. He had a lot of good times there. I read the articles where he said he saw women and men. You wouldn't believe what they were doing. Famous people. Having group sex. No, they haven't killed anything. Why don't you jump on board the Dave Sponheim, A Train to a Better World? Yeah, it's a lot easier than to fight it and say, we're doom and gloom, it's the end of the world, blah, blah, blah. He was alone in the ocean. Oh, I'm just giving you the Q-tip test. Are you planning on opening up your nostril and having them stick the Q-tip 6 inches into your head? I'm not. I noticed that the nurses that work with the COVID victims are never wearing another mask, but the person who gives the test wears full body protective hazmat. I find that really weird. Yeah, it's like a creepy fact. Exactly. So the people giving the COVID tests are actually giving you the COVID. Hey, the CDC's all over the place. They've even equated this as a seasonal flu, but yet they're claiming, that we're all in danger. Here's an article from Gateway Pundit that says CDC equates coronavirus hospitalizations to seasonal flu and finally admits it's much less dangerous for children. Everything points to them over-dramatizing the dangers of this to get their big push for vaccinations. The vaccine is driving this pandemic. That's basically the best words we can use. And on a good note, 15% reduction in deaths in the month of March over a previous 4 years. It turns out that people who are not actually going to hospitals because they're afraid to go there, because remember the hospitals are empty, people who are not going to hospitals are actually living longer because hospitals on average kill people. I know this sounds really, really upside down, but every year 250,000 people die of staph infections due to hospitalization. That's 250,000 people. So now they're no longer in the hospital. They're not dying of staph infections. Doctors are not professionals. They're pro-criminals. They're practicing on your body, and ironically, they're killing people in the process. So the silver lining in all this is that we really don't need these hospitals. I'm serious. They may perform life-threatening operations, no question about it, but for the most part, they're harbingers of disease, and they cause the human race to die. Anyway, thought I'd share that. You did crack cocaine with him, really? I don't believe that, but you never know. I heard somebody over at our show earlier at iBlog said that they just were over in Martha's Vineyard and did crack cocaine with Barack Obama. Yeah. I'm not going nuts. I'm just telling you guys, it's serious. They are literally killing people in hospitals. So how can you explain this? The strange statistic, total U.S. deaths in March of 2020 are actually down 15% from average 4 years. Yeah, how do you explain that? We even have another total from a similar study where they said it was down 10%. But the study is not exactly the same statistical analysis. But even 10%, I'll take 10%. Bottom line is people are not dying of COVID as much as they say. Trump is only pushing it to take away our rights because he's making his big move just like Hitler did. Yeah. I will be your president in 2021. You just have to make that happen, okay? So think about it tonight when you go to bed. Ponder what you're going to do to help me promote me on the internet and do your best to tell people about me. I appreciate it. I've got great ideas for the country. We can get out of this hellhole we're in. It can't be done with this reckless spending idea that Trump is up to. It can't be done without creative thinking on how to solve the budgetary crisis we've got and to get new jobs for people that are going to be replaced by robots. We've got to get moving in a better direction. We can't possibly have a president who's simply out of it. It's just too dangerous. I'm amazed he wasn't impeached, but you guys insisted that he was saying the truth when you were wrong. He was lying through his teeth. He won't show his tax returns. He won't give you any clarity about all the money that he got from 07 to 020. Yeah. He's been hiding a lot of Russian oligarch money, and he won't talk about his tax returns. So this man is up to no good, and he's willing to sell you off. And now he wants to force vaccinate everybody. We need another impeachment, folks. Seriously. There's no law that says he can't be impeached again. So if you're a Democrat, think about that. You write my name in when you register to vote independent. There is no return of blackface. I did that to impersonate a very bad president, Barack Obama. That was not a shtick to make a joke about people wearing blackface. That was specific satire. The IRS has its taxes. If there's anything there, they would have had him arrested already. Bullshit! Bullshit! The IRS is not required to tell people that he gets money from Russian oligarchs. He could have gotten money from all his money from Russian oligarchs. They're not required to tell you that or tell him that. It's not a violation. He wasn't illegally gaining money. He was getting free money from Russian oligarchs trying to buy the election. Oftentimes, that's completely legitimate. Back in 2011, Brett Kavanaugh passed a rule that allowed all foreign investors to put money in super PACs for elections. Even the money the NRA got from Russians, the $30 million they won't even talk about, that was technically legal. What they don't want you to do is get the impression he was getting money from Russians. That's why they don't want you to see his tax returns. They know that this guy's been leeching off of oligarchs like Oleg Deripaska, who has a man over here in America called Len Blavatnik. Len Blavatnik handles Oleg's money, and he gave Mitch McConnell, Moscow Mitch, $3 million, and he gave Lindsey Graham $3 million. It's all accurate. You're out of here. We know for a fact they got that kind of money. Here's a quote from the message that, this is what Bill Gates said right in front of your very eyes just tonight. You saw this on the screen. He said that things that are going very well, things like producing child to death. Yeah, that's exactly what he said. Things are going very well, things like producing child to death. And all right, I'll leave you with that thought and the memory of your president being absolutely, totally buzzed. Whatever hell he's on, I have no idea. But yeah, don't give me any of those drugs. I'm sorry, I would not want to have lost my mental faculties to be your president. We're entering a time that's going to be the most dangerous and difficult time for all of us. Before my father passed away, And he lived through the Great Depression, believe it or not. He said, David, what do you think the future is going to be like? And I actually said, I think it's going to be worse than the Great Depression, Dad. I mean it. They never expected people in America to be lined up and COVID ID'd with a tattoo and an RFID chip like an animal. They never expected to have a complete shutdowns of our food supply like Trump is doing right now, making mistake after mistake with companies like Tyson, allowing them to be shut down over some rumor that somebody had COVID. Yeah, so you don't get chickens because of that. Wow. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to shield myself from the trauma you just wrote in chat. I feel bad for you. I'm sorry this happened, but whatever. U.S. military warns of responses if Taliban violence continues. Another example of mistake after mistake. He cuts a deal for Afghanistan to negotiate with the Taliban. Even though Afghanistan and their leaders don't want to negotiate with the Taliban, Trump and Pompeo go ahead and cut a deal saying they're expecting the Taliban are expecting Afghanistan to release 4,500 or 5,500 Taliban terrorists. And they never even consulted the Afghan president. So now, of course, U.S. military warns of responses if Taliban violence continues. The Taliban wanted to get their way. They simply got a stool pigeon in the form of Donald Trump, who said, oh, we can do a deal, kind of like the deal we did with Kim Jong-un. And yes, Kim Jong-un is still dead. They put an imposter out yesterday pretending like he was alive. Yeah, Kim Jong-un died, I believe he was officially dead a few days ago, but they don't even know what to do because the daughter or the sister doesn't know how to respond right now. There's going to be a battle over power among the generals. They're going to try to prop the impersonator up for the time being. They're going to have to fix his teeth, though, because his teeth don't match the real Kim Jong-un. Well, the Afghan government shouldn't release the prisoners. Why would they? Why would Donald Trump negotiate a release of prisoners for the Afghanistan government without consulting the Afghanistan government? Duh! Oh my God, are you people that stupid, you Trump supporters? Trump didn't even negotiate a deal with Kim Jong-un. The whole thing was all made up by Vladimir Putin. That's right. Lavrov, his minister for North Korea, handled the whole thing. Trump's meetings with Kim Jong-un. No, I don't think they killed him. I think he really did have a heart attack. They tried to do a stent surgery, but it failed because the guy was, from what I heard, the guy's hands were shaking and he couldn't get the stent in place. And the Kim Jong-un died. End of story. Well, they are. I'm trying to wake people up right now. Trump he doesn't have the authority to release those prisoners into Syria. It is a big mistake, and he doesn't have that authority. Donald Trump acts like he can tell Afghanistan what to do. It's absurd. I was shocked when I heard that they had negotiated the release of 5,500 Taliban terrorists. That's not sustainable. Anyway, it's absurd to think that Donald Trump even has a clue as to what's going on. So a lot of you who've been wondering, gee, I don't understand why the government's so screwed up right now. Because you voted for an idiot. And you turned your back on a person with my IQ. It shocks me how stupid you people are, thinking that Donald Trump stealing my ideas was going to get our country to a good place. I know. We don't want to talk about the late Kim Jong-un in a bad way, okay? No, that was really Kim Jong-un breakdancing. Yeah. I know. Tucker's got another one about how they're making a mockery of our quarantines. Hey, I'll play a couple Tucker Carlsons for you guys. Sure. Yeah, I don't mind. All right, that's about it for tonight. I've got so much going on every day, 14 hours a day. It's been a nonstop challenge to keep supporting our toolkit here. You have the right to civilly disobey and go out and drive your car, folks, but I don't recommend getting out of your car and protesting like Trump suggests. If you want to put a sign on your car and honk your horn and drive around in a circle with a bunch of other people, go for it. But your car is the safest thing right now with the possibility that 5G is dangerous. Yeah, I don't trust the 5G situation. We're still not sure. So I urge you to drive your car. It's actually a really good infrastructure in your life. It acts as a Faraday cage. All the metal around you. Yep. You not angry enough? I'm angry, believe me. If I expended too much anger in our show, I wouldn't be able to do a show for 14 hours a day. But yeah, do drive your car, get it running, take it for a trip, use some gas, buy some gas, and keep our economy going, everybody, okay? And that's coming from me. I'm not making this up. I'm the guy who's going to solve the problems in this country, and I assure you, if you can help me get to the presidency, I will make it a big plus for you. We're not going to live in the shadow of the New World Order once I take the reins of this great nation. We don't need the likes of Donald Trump, money grubbers who are looking for personal profit on all of our backs, who want to stick us with needles and force us into bondage and oppression. We don't need that. Yeah, so if you want to check out our site, we've got a really great site, coolrock.com. If you haven't checked it out already, I will give you the intro, and I'm signing off. Take care, everyone. Good night.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide. We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news.